Namaskar, good morning, good day. This is your friend Suraj Singh, civil engineer, FI, NTP engineer, civil, chartered engineer, civil, speaking from Bharat, India. To my all friends in the world, and this is June 10, 2020. One more day of life and criticality of world. Be serious or not to be serious is in hands of individuals. Whether you respect seriousness and problem solving, or you respect just enjoying life with no seriousness degree, with no inner thoughts. There are two ways for life to live. One, just we like to used to say, you are living to eat or you are eating to live. Both are valid. Life has different meaning to different people. Life has different meaning to different people. For some, life is entertainment, and for some, life is seriousness. It depends on what you think about. For me, life is as nature wants me to live. That's what I am saying, because I have no control of life. On life, I have no control. It is beyond my control. I cannot say I can make my life. I can't say that. No one actually can say that, but people say that. But I never say I can make my life, because next moment is not in my control. And even this moment is not in my control. My body is not in my control. My future is not in my control. I don't know how many days more one has to live, I have to live. So I cannot say that I can make my life. Yes, I can say I can use this life to serve that power who built me. That I can say. I am servant to that power. I am worker to that power. That much I can say. And that's fact of life actually. Era of 2020 is era. I cannot say that 2020 is an year. It's an era of COVID-19. COVID in 2019 has stirred the whole world, shaken the whole world. You can't even think of. We think that we are too advanced in sciences and technologies. We are too advanced in technologies and communications. We think so. There's a revolution in communication. We think so. We talk of G4, G5 and everything. But if you compare to COVID management, COVID-19 activities, which we are not clear of, we can say that we are far behind than what we think of. We mark as a G5 or whatever is coming in future, shall be coming in future, are very advanced technologies. But I think we have to change our mindset at this point. We have to change mindset, because yes, we have technologies, but we should not forget nothing is man-made actually, nothing is human-made. There is some contribution, not only some contribution, even thoughts come from nature. Thoughts to this I believe this actually. As a person, as an individual, I believe that thoughts come from nature. I don't have any control on my thoughts. Yes, energy is everybody got, and that energy can be used for that purpose. So I understand COVID is much more faster than our technologies. I was reading a news of Oman research doctors. I think yesterday or day before yesterday, Oman, Oman collaboration of doctors from various countries. They worked long on research, conducting research on COVID-19, just to understand what it is, what it was. Means so many mutations they're calling that they have not been able to understand. We tried many. They put on map of world and try to actually analyze what all is about. And result is actually not satisfactory. They haven't reached any conclusion. Means they say it's very slow. It has 35 or more mutations, and these are of course very slow, not fast mutations. And say fast mutation, if it's fast mutation means in 1 year, if there are 25 mutations, it takes 1 year for that virus to dissolve or to live. But this is very slow, so it may take time, and nobody knows actually about what's happening, how it's happening, what's its origin, from where it came. Means all you can say thesis, you can say all what I should hypothesis, or means nothing is clear. Nothing is clear at all. To be very frank, everybody is back to zero, back to square one. Now that case means what should be said in that case? Nothing can be said. Nothing can be said in that case. What it is, how it is, what it should do, how it should not do. Everything is unclear. So, what I should say, that scientists are doing their jobs, doctors are doing their job, but all are roaming in darkness. So we should not worry about then what it should be, because God is not interested in revealing to the human what it is all about. And everybody knows it. They say openly, we are not able to understand this. So I think I should consider those people honest, that they are not at least cheating humanity what it's about. But question is again saying solution. There is no concrete solution, only some precautionary measures. Even WHO is not clear about what it has to say. WHO is biggest health body of world, and sometimes it says one thing, sometimes it says another thing. Well, it has its propositions. We cannot say why it says that. They are experts. They are having world experts with them. So everybody has to live whatever circumstances occupy world. Fact remains that this COVID effect is powerful, super powerful, and everybody has submitted to it. In fact, everybody has submitted to COVID. There is no other way out. We have no power as such. So we have to surrender, yield, and live whatever we want. Public of world die, infected. No one can prevent public from its effect. But I have noted that this was misinformation in public all over the world. People are not well informed. Information, though it's called very fast, information technology is very fast, still decisions are having, means whatever developments are ongoing, people are not well informed in time. I think that's the reason that people are not understanding what to do or what not to do. Economy is coming back on track. It doesn't mean it's normalcy, but people are understanding, people are believing, because lockdowns or controls are being lifted, which means corona is living. That's what people believe in. And this false belief can lead to some other problems. That is also true. When people are very common. Everybody is not serious in news. Everybody cannot analyze news. Everybody cannot go thoroughly to news from all over the world. Some people believe in television. Some people believe in just listen, talking half an hour a day and sleep. I'm not finding that class of people all over the world who can be called serious. There will be hardly maybe 2, 3, 5% people who are serious. They are serious, but they are not disseminating information. Because serious people don't talk to everybody. That's also a problem, nature of a person. If you are too serious, you cannot. You keep off people and people keep off you because people want to talk to those who mix up with them, and serious people cannot mix up with others. That's another point of view. Serious people know problems, they know, but they are not able to communicate or interact with others. So in disinformation, you can say, is reaching everybody, and information is kept off. Disinformation in a way that those who know nothing, they talk a lot and they spread what should be done, what should not be done, and therefore now there are so many points that people are not understanding. It's not reach people, but research come in. For example, research was published that there are chances of airborne, its nature of partly airborne. People are not understanding. They only understand contact from man to man only can transmit this virus, but that's one point. It's not a complete point. There's a research that there are probabilities that this can become an instantly airborne, which people don't take care of. And there are indications that it can go through use of air condition, but people don't take care of. There are indications that it can travel through eyes, but people do not take care of. There are many other indications that it can travel to your body through whatever means, but people don't care of. There is an indication that if you talk too loudly in high pitched volume, it can travel faster, but people don't take care of. This means it's not fault of people, it's fault of information failing to reach those people. These are logical informations also. Logical in the sense, if you talk loud, if you talk high pitch, there are chances that when you talk, some droplets come out of your mouth, and this can fall on someone, on some surface, or directly go to person to whom you are talking, because you fail at that time to keep distance of say 1 meter or 1.5 meter from that person. By chance you failed and these droplets reach that person. Similarly, you are say walking somewhere and they say droplet is available in air and it can stay for a number of hours. When it can stay for a number of hours in daytime, let us say, droplets means there is water particle also, slava particle. That liquid particle, due to sun rays, sun heat, would evaporate, leaving only that molecule or that atom or smallest particle, 0.0000254 millimeter, one particle, one droplet particle. There could be hundreds, thousands, whatever, maybe 3,000. That group can coagulate or can singly move into your nose. When inhale, just suppose you are in same place, by chance you are walking or standing, and these particles happen to be around you, vicinity of your head, and you can take in, inhale. People don't understand this point. Very serious point. It may affect you or it may not affect you, that is different aspect. But you can allow access into your body those suspended particles in air. We are not able to understand this point. And this is one part. Okay, it comes out from your mouth, it comes out from nose also while you exhale and you inhale. Somebody exhales something and you are standing somewhere, they are talking, and you inhale that. And some liquid comes out from gaseous liquid comes out, gasified liquid comes out through your nose and it goes into somebody else's nose. And also eyes, some particle goes through eyes, which is much faster than eyes can stop it. So these points people have not been explained. This means there is every possibility that not long distance, short distance, air travel can be achieved by this virus. Eye travel can be achieved by this virus. Mouth to air travel can be achieved by this virus. That's the reason I think it's far more powerful in its individual approaches than what we think. Yes, I'm not a scientist. I'm just talking in general way. I don't have details of those researches with me now. I read sometimes, and I tell people also, but people do not do not understand it. They think I'm talking in politics. Means what this point has to do with politics? I don't understand that. Only those fools can tell you what politics is in this. I'm talking completely from safety viewpoint, from safety, health, and environment viewpoint. That's my point of talking to you. I'm not talking in a sense what people understand. Means I have many times requested people, appealed people. I don't understand why people don't receive all this. I'm not going to get anything out of that, but just to caution people to be to have right precautionary measures. We know that this virus cannot die even at 50 degrees Celsius. It cannot die at 60, 70 degrees Celsius. This is information that it may die around 90 degrees Celsius. So if something dies at 90 degrees Celsius, what does it mean? Will you think yourself, what does that mean? What does that mean actually if something dies at 90 degrees? That means if you keep yourself above 90 degrees momentarily, and particularly in those routes through which it can move, like mouth, like nose, like eyes. Okay, you can't keep your eyes 90 degrees Celsius, you can't keep your nose at 90 degrees Celsius, but which route is for travel for your food, that's mouth. You always take tea, it's also around 90 if it's hot. You take coffee as well. You take water not hot, but if you take water also hot, boil it and gradually drink it within 5 minutes. You keep your internal higher than normal, higher than 37 degrees Celsius. This heat shall move to all parts of your body. So even if there's virus, means it won't impact, it won't attack you, because it is not happy with that temperature. It wants to protect itself first. So when it wants to protect itself, it gets weakened and cannot attack you with full protection. That's what I mean. I mean, this is a precautionary measure, protective measure. Means if you raise temperature momentarily for your body and you keep that temperature many times a day, there are chances that, and you use sun also. In fact, if you use sun which is free of cost, you are not going to pay any bill to sun, and sun is very useful in particularly in our country, this Bharat, India. Nowadays, almost today temperature, for example, now it's 31 or 32. In morning at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, and it shall be around 40 degrees around, at 12 or 1 or 2, and 11 or 12 UVI index, we call it ultraviolet index. So if you use that free supply of medicine, I call sunlight as medicine. I treat that as medicine. When you have no medicine, sunlight, sun rays are medicines for you, because they are very powerful. And if you use this just for few minutes, or let's say for 30 minutes, you use sun rays, penetration into your body, you also have, your system of body revolvement, and all fats can go out. If you in routine take that, you lose fats and your body's internal structure gets stronger day by day, and your immune system works better than otherwise. That's my point. Means everybody has to think how to get rid of this, Actually, this is not getting rid of. Virus is always there. What I understand, it's in everybody. Why was somebody is not strong enough to accept this message? Those who digest this virus, they are stronger. Those who cannot digest this, they are. And nowadays problem is that we're used to comfort of life means we cannot we cannot accept struggles of life like our construction workers, our industrial workers. They are better suited for that. And we are all, particularly higher class people and middle class people, we are used to better comfort of life, like we want to use car, we want to drive motorcycle, we want to use air conditioners all time in office as well as in the home, and we want to take food that's full of fats. We don't want to walk on road in sun, we don't want to drive cycle. It's every bad thing we want to do which goes against us. Every good thing we don't want to do. Exercise is good thing, walking in sun is good, standing in sun is good, taking hot food is good. Hence, we cannot do everything that's good for our health. We do everything is bad for our health. So we suffer, simple. We suffer. Just like experts say what happened in US. Happened in US because those people use very comfortable life. They say, okay, AC is not there, but cold is there, and so cold or AC is one and same thing. Their immunity is down because they are very fat, obesity, and you can say blood, you can say hypertension and diabetic, or many other diseases. That area, US area, have people have same thing in England. Those people drink a lot also, I know, and they take fats means beef and muttons, all that thing. So immunity levels of those people are down, and those people are not as our people are. Our people are still better. I can appreciate our people, particularly those lower classes people, working class people who work in fields like farmers and like industrial workers or construction workers. They are much better than all others. And our office going people, those who are in IT or those who are in offices, in ordinary works, ordinary activities, they are not having that much immunity that we expect from these workers, from this house. So I should say in brief that you have to fight with COVID. Actually, you forget fighting with COVID. You can't fight with that. It's only dream that we think you'll fight with something you don't know. How can you fight with something you don't know? So I can say at conclusion that I don't consider it that type of virus. This is a virus, is a fact, but if you don't understand it, forget it. If you don't understand something, yeah, you keep on researching, that doesn't make a difference. That's your right. Scientists keep researching and doctors keep researching and they try to understand this, where it comes from, how to that. You keep thinking for 100 years. If it doesn't not want to tell you, it won't tell you. You can blame any country, you can blame someone, that's in your hands, because when you don't know something, you blame on the other. This is weakness of human being. You have no answer from something. So it's not this answer because of this person. You don't take responsibility of your failure. This is human being nature all over the world. So I'm not saying from where it came or how, because that's not my analysis is not for that purpose. My analysis is about how to prevent it. That's all. You use all ways which are advised by you by help, but your way also means keep your body stronger. That's main requirement. I do it sometimes. I walk in sun. I don't say I do daily because of some of the reasons. Otherwise, I like it daily. I like it daily to walk about an hour, 1 hour. It's enough for me. Keeping in view my age. And when I was young, I used to walk a lot. I don't even remember how many minutes, how many hours, or how many kilometers I could walk a day. And for I'm a civil engineer, I used to work on site for many years, and I know how to stand in the sun, how to conduct, how to walk, how to do. And why physically I got tired, every student I gets tired because of physical work and mental work. We do more equally. We have to do 50-60% mental work and 30-40% walk in sun or walk in weather. So it makes our body different. And I'm lucky that I was in that field, and I can walk now, and there's no problem because I have a good food. I can walk 6 kilometers, 6 kilometers daily. I am able to walk now. I can increase it to, because when I was saying I was walk 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, depending on. So I say it's a kind of your choice means You want to drive a cycle or you want to drive, you want to drive car, it's up to you. But problem here in our country is status. People think if they drive car, they are having status, and those who drive cycle, they are poor people. That mindset should go. Material doesn't make your status. First of all, you should understand this psychology. Material is not for your status; it's for use. If you have a good cycle, or if you have a good car, or if you have a helicopter, it doesn't mean you are having a status. It means only that you have wealth, that's all. Nothing more than that. You have wealth and you are buying, you are using that wealth for this purpose and not more than that. Not more than that. You may not like it, but fact remains. If for me, a billionaire and a daily wage worker, both are same. Both are same, no difference as far as human is concerned. Yes, their job description is different, their knowledge may be different, but they are human beings first. Then one is industrialist or one is a worker. So here society applies, socialism applies. If there is no range of varying persons, you cannot say there is a society. And if there is a society, there is a nation, there is a world, it's because of various classes of people. If all belong to one class, means that they can't survive, they can't live. Well, I'm not here to tell you all this system of society, but my point was about COVID-19 and economy. Resulted to that, economy has won and COVID has been defeated. I think if you compare that way, you can say economy has been kept on higher profile than COVID has not gone yet. People are not interested to talk about that. COVID has not gone anywhere, but people have now reduced talking on COVID. All leaders, they are only inclined to reopen economy so that money keeps coming in. And it has been proven that world is not that strong in economy as was expected or calculated. World doesn't stand anywhere, and world is very weak economy wise. It says only that they say only we are very rich, we have this much GDP, but in fact there is nothing. If you say real economy of world is zero, it has nothing, that's what I can say. I would only say just have measures so that you keep fit, and it's not going to stop tomorrow. COVID-19, it could take any duration to stay in world, and we cannot push it out from world which is beyond our current power. What happens in future, nobody knows. Which miracle comes in. If God likes, God can remove it immediately, and if God doesn't like, it will not remove it in 10 years even. That's my thinking, and with this I close talk of COVID-19 and move to our subjects of management, organization, that is important from every point of view. This COVID purpose only informative, but my purpose of this management and organization is much, in which I cover technical subjects, I cover management subjects or organization subjects, I cover contracts, and whatever is expected in future. I think I don't understand at this time what I have to include or not, but I will like to do subjects which are important from organizational viewpoint, from construction viewpoint, from design viewpoint. I am interested in that. Like I've been talking for many weeks. FIDIC form of contracts. Red book, I have long gone in that. Now there I'm moving on this tab, and then I have to talk of later on about APC Silver Book, and simultaneously I'm also going to talk about concrete, concrete specifications, generally done in Gulf, and I'll also talk about now this, books regarding plant build physics and white book. Gradually, I cannot talk 3 hours for one subject. I'll take some part for technical, some part of contractual, some part of this and that. Like that, I move, and yes, I am sure people are not very much interested in this due to many reasons. Reason being, engineers are happy if calculation is done. They are interested in calculations, they are interested in formula, they are interested in applications, numericals and designs. That is the root of engineers, that is beauty of engineers. But engineers should not forget that that's one part of engineering. There's another part of engineering which cannot be taught in your universities, which cannot be taught somewhere else, and there's no way formally you can say I'll first learn this. Job, job requirement, job requirement, job requirement makes you understand. Job requirement forces you to learn something. Job requirement, if you don't learn, you can't get succeed on that. You will fail. If you as you rise to senior position in your profession, whether you do your own service or you do some other service. Even I will say maybe you practice your own or you help others in their practice. You need knowledge, you need information. That is practical one, that is professional one. You can't get that from books. You have to get from job details, job data, job documents, contract documents, design documents. From there on you can get at specifications. Like there are hundreds of specifications, there are hundreds of conditions of contracts, there are hundreds of methods to do work, there are hundreds of technicalities, technologies involved in one. All that you cannot learn in one day. Whole life sometime is short, called short. You're meeting all those voluminous studies which are very important for life. If you do not consider them important, you certainly lose something. And it's too late if you don't know that. It's too late. And you will feel very upset if you attend meeting, management meeting, or progress meeting of some project. Maybe you are from consultant and or you may be from contractor, and both must have knowledge of that. You can't think that you are a consultant, you will no worry about that, and you can't think also that you are a contractor, you have to worry about that. Both must know that. And don't forget that you represent someone, whether you work in consultancy or you work in contracting, you represent someone, and someone depends on your knowledge, your efforts. Like a consultant or an engineer or a resident engineer knows what your CV says and what you know. And also practically, when one witnesses your work, they know how much is your knowledge, what you can do, how far you can go. And they give representation keeping in view all those qualities, all those, your knowledge-based system, your knowledge-based profile. And they try to use you because they pay you, and they want you to increase your scope of working yourself. And because you are very well educated, you are engineering graduate with many years of experience, you are supposed to lead that company of organizations, consultants or contractor or designer, whoever say. They expect you to get more knowledge and move forward. And same contracting organizations think that you should also be upgraded for themselves so that you be more useful to them. So this is not one end, this is for both ends. If you want to raise your future status, you have to acquire knowledge, and that's what we call continuous professional development. In profession of engineering, it's not simply education that required from universities. That's one part of education, that's called academic education. That does not make you professional. Yes, it does. It keeps with the strength that you can start profession, you can move in profession, whether you do some employment job or you do some self-practice, or you can say freelancing. The both way you need knowledge. Without knowledge, nothing can move. That's why I'm very much interested in talking of this. I had lack of that. I didn't. I took time to bring my to that status. I was beaten at many points when I was not enthusiastic about this. I thought I am very much qualified, very much educated. How can you talk to me? But that was foolishness actually. Qualification, whatever qualification you have, and I was that one who had informal education in degree, like we call there's an institution, many institutions are there. We impart education, just pass their examinations, and you get equivalence of degrees. So I am also one of that. I passed my formal degree, formal diploma first. That's called civil engineering diploma. I passed in 1974 from Delhi Polytechnic, or you can say Kashmir Gate Polytechnic, which comes under purview of Board of Technical Education. And later on, there's another study that I used that was called Section A and Section B of Institution of Engineers India, that I passed in 1978 Section A and 1980 Section B, and that was very difficult. In fact, it's like a dream. We had to pass that. Means it was like a dream, and I I can say that it is that easy. It was not easy. It was very hard working dream, and hard working dream means we had to do that. Uh, uh, of course, I passed that. At that time, I used to think I am big in a sense. I got that educational certification, which was not easy, but that was due to age factors. Because when you pass your age 25 or 24, 23, and you think you are big game player, but when you come to field, when you come to front line management, you can't cope up with that because you don't have practical knowledge. I didn't have that level of practicality, but I had theoretical gains, of course, because of theory. I could talk theory, I could write that one, but in field, you don't need that. Yes, if you're in designs, you can say designs can be used, but that too, you have to adapt to current system. You have to adapt to your own. So that's background for everybody. But time teaches you. Times tell you that you have to. Maybe first of all, you have to learn. Means learning academics and learning practical work in field are domains. Single, you can say different domains. If you are very good in your you can say education, it does not mean that you are going to be excellent in your practical world, in your you can say application of engineering. And it applies not only to engineering but also to other other professions like medical, like various professions, accountancy, administration. Everywhere you learn every day something, but in engineering, learning is essential. Technology is developed every day. What you learned in your university was maybe 10 years back, log you studied there, will become a priest of your application and field. You learn. It's quite astonishing that you have spent a lot of time in learning specifications, in learning methods, in learning drawings, in understanding drawings. You're exposed to all sets of drawings from different professions, different disciplines, and you only work at discipline level, which is called discipline engineer or discipline junior. And that discipline, first you learn your own, then you interact with other disciplines, and you can say then you can talk to other disciplines. Once you try understand them, you know something about those drawings and specifications of that, to a level that you can understand what you should do on site. Means conflicting situations and clashing situations. You have to identify and solve them. You will not solve them means real professional will solve real problems. I mean to say electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, other engineers or computer engineers, interaction engineers. They will solve that one, and you will coordinate that like you are in responsible position. Then you get some knowledge from that. At least, if not exactly, you can get interaction knowledge, you can get interface knowledge, that type of knowledge you can get from that, and that's really that's really very important point that we have to keep in mind, or else you are knowing, or else you are nowhere. That's what I can understand, and only from that point of view, I'm interested to talk to you about professional requirements. That where do we stand? That's the reason only that I had long understanding or long learning in field. When I joined field, I joined actually in responsible position. When I joined, I came to many contract documents, particularly general conditions of contracts in Qatar, and by chance I joined Qatar in GCC first time. I could not get exposure to such documents when I worked in Iraq and in Libya, because that time I was not having a responsible position there. Yes, I had, but not management position, and or you can say Iraq and Libya were not having that standardized documents. I don't know reason for that. I was in one company I was like in junior position, then in one I was in senior position. So there I was not exposed. I did not get exposure to that type of documentations. And when I joined Doha, Qatar in 1981, I was given some project and then another project. This is a package project. Package in the sense complete project. Uh, there I was involved in such documents. I was doing project and I was doing also estimation costing or tendering. And then I could come to understand that there was standardized specifications in that state of Qatar, and there was standard documents of contract. That one contract, one general conditions of contract is called, and it's called QNBS in that time, Qatar National Doing the specifications. So, and I thought at that time I tried to go through all them, and I discovered that it was a lot in that, more than expectations, what contracts are, what specifications are, how these work, and while doing job, you're doing contract, and understanding same time, studying same time. You get much exposure, much more than you can get in your university. So I enjoyed that. I tried to use that time, just tried to write correspondences to consultants, to others, and to our organizations, to vendors, to like that. Means you learn gradually. So this I never stopped, because I had to learn more and more, and when you try to learn more and more and you get higher position, you have got higher responsibilities also. This means you have to respond in higher positions, and the mistakes are always prone to happen, and you are responsible for mistakes even if you don't commit that, but you are higher in position, so it's your responsibility. So like that, you keep on learning everything. You learn from lowest person, you learn from highest person, you learn from various range of classes of persons that you have to learn from, and that's very important point. And if you learn something, you analyze that after learning, you try to understand whether it's right or it's wrong, you learn more then. So that's why I got interest development. Today I can say that it's not necessary that you have additional degree. Necessary is your understanding, your exposure. That's important. Degrees cannot give you anything, remember. If you think you have management degree, MBA, you have some PMP, you have this and that you learn in field practically. You can learn much better if you have interest, you develop interest in learning. In field, you have clear approach to learn because you are doing that. See, there are two types of learning. One is learning by books, by text. That is not perfect learning. That is just reading, writing, understanding, imagination. That's not exposure. There's no exposure in that. Theoretical learning does not equip you to anything. But when you learn in the field and do it, there's only learn and do it, or do it and learn it. Both are there. You have to learn first and do it. Because when you go to work, you go to perform some activity, you must know what you are going to do, and you can know only from valid specification on that project. This means whatever is in your mind is not enough. You have to refer to that specification which is in your record on which you signed, you will do it. Because that specification is a document on that project and you have accepted that document. This means you have to apply that document, and if you want to apply that document, you have to read that. You have to read that, you have to understand that, and you have to conclude the conclusion, take steps on how to move on that. And then you have to move on that practically. This means your learning is perfect. It's theoretical learning, and then you apply that into practice. This point you try to understand. This is a very important point. Much more than doctorate learning. There's someone on your head, some guide who tells you to do this. Here in field, you are a learner, you are a guide. Yes, there are other people also, but the responsibility lies on your shoulders. They will check your work, they will not tell you what to do. You read documents and do it, you are an engineer. Even if you ask your senior to whom you reports, he won't tell you because maybe he also doesn't know that. Don't take it surprisingly, it happens. Your senior does not mean that person knows it. Because if someone is senior in an organization to whom you report, that person shall not question you, but that person shall say, have you done this? Have you done that? That person will question you in a different way. Have you charted out your program for this activity, for this event? Have you done this? And if you're not done, have you done this? And if you think, if you miss something, he will say, you have not done this, you do it. That won't question you in a way, examiner questions. No, not in that way. That so try to ensure your job is not misplaced. You don't face problem while doing that activity, because that person also feels that it is his responsibility as well. Just like your responsibility is on front line, his responsibility lies on back line, and that's very important point from project viewpoint. It happens in designs as well as in the field, because in designs also senior to you, he can ask you, have you done this or have you not done that? So that's different means. That's difference means it's kind of making sure you should not miss something, or you are not to do this again. That's where this point lies now. So as I said, I'll partition this talk into certain subjects. Like I spent some time on general, that's COVID-19, because it is whole world related. That's why I'm sharing it with you. Otherwise, there's no need to share. I'm not saying cancer, I'm not saying some other disease. This is very much intact now, so it's better to take some time and talk of this. Maybe some people understand that. And then I moved to yesterday also I said I will start this. Also very important, and that is concrete, which I said, maybe I missed in that, I don't know. I think it's in PDF. So this is where is my concrete? Fluidic compression, fluidic silver, contour. So yeah, it's section 5. So it's concrete. I'll take few minutes on this. Let's say half an hour on this. This document is from. This is 2014 document, and this is section 5. This concrete, and this is your Qatar civil specifications. Concrete is part of civil. Previously, it used to be Qatar National Building Specifications. When I was there, now it's changed, so it doesn't matter. But section 5, just concrete related. I'm interested on this. There are many sections, but these are important sections as far as concrete element is concerned. It's expensive and it's a real element. Without this, no project can be affected. And concrete itself is wide field, very wide field. So we should have a little understanding. I know you can raise a question why I'm talking of concrete specifications in Qatar. Well, your question is all right. I agree with that. Why should I go to Qatar to discuss this? Point is different here. Qatar. I'm not from Qatar, but I worked in Qatar. I worked in Abu Dhabi, and I worked for half a year in Saudi Arabia, Jeddah. So in Qatar, I have worked in 3 batches and total 6 years. Whereas in Abu Dhabi also I worked in 2 or 3 batches for 6 years. Because I started my career from a Gulf career from Qatar, I worked there from 1985 to 89 in one go. Then I again worked there in Qatar in 95, 96 I remember, and then I worked there in 2004, 2005 or 2003 for something. Total of 6 years I spent in Qatar, and same around 6 years in UAE, Abu Dhabi. So I have experience of specifications on building construction in Qatar, specifications as well as Abu Dhabi, and also plant specification. Now I find that there are some standards in those specifications. I'm not finding that much standardized in Saudi, or I don't have experience of other countries like Oman, or like you can say Kuwait, maybe much more strict there. I can't say, but I have experience in this, so I just share my experience with you. It doesn't mean that what I'm saying or what this specific is a masterpiece, but we should take indicative information if it's available, and this doesn't make a problem for everybody. It helps you. I'm not saying our standards in our country weak, but I have seen practically we are weak. We don't strictly follow our specifications. We don't strictly follow our systems. So if you don't follow, it doesn't mean anything. If you have system, whether you have it or you don't have it, it doesn't make anything. Either you follow, comply with this, or forget it. If you have designed that system only for books, only for codes, and you do not respect it and failed, so it's equivalent to not existing. And when something doesn't exist, it doesn't mean anything. And I am confident of this, that it doesn't exist. I have seen many bad qualities work here. And I openly say that, I openly criticize. Because in engineering, in civil engineering, in construction, there is no compromise. In construction, in profession of engineering, civil engineering, there is no word that I can say diplomacy, and there is no word I can say compromise. I don't understand meaning of compromise. If somebody calls me compromise, I can't understand that word. In my dictionary, when you are doing something on construction anywhere, you go to road work, you go to bridges, you go to development of infrastructure, you go to buildings, all sorts. What is compromise? You remember, you have to do something. You have to spend money. You have to spend money on material. You are using not only, you are not spending money, you are using natural materials. So what does compromise mean? What people say compromise means, you have compromise with your plans, or you have to compromise with your specifications, or you have to compromise your safety, or you have to compromise with quality. I don't understand what does that mean. I can't understand, really telling you frankly, I can't understand what is meaning of compromise. Means, what do you want to say? The practical, sometimes you are not practical. People comment on me sometimes, you are not practical. What do you mean practical? I don't understand. Means compromise means corruption, or practical means corruption. If they have to say that, oh, this person is not practical. This means you are not corrupt, right? This person cannot compromise means you are not going to compromise with corruption. If you mean to say that, then I am happy. I am really happy that I am not corrupt. Corruption doesn't mean bribery. Corruption means corruption of system, corruption on requirement to do. There is a system requirement for every activity, and if you don't do that, that's also part of, that's also a definition of corruption. If you have to produce good work, quality work, you are paid for that, and not only payment, you are using material, naturally given material, not your own. You are using natural materials on your work. Yes, you paid for that, but that material once used is gone forever. That is against environment. If you do it again, break it and do it again, break it and do it again. So, what I said, no compromise. Is it wrong? If you don't compromise, it is wrong, or you compromise, that's right. You decide. I don't know reason behind that, why people do that. That's what I see. I have seen many small works here, and whenever I go, I try to see standards of working, and I keep searching, keep finding where's quality. Well, I don't find that. Even on some very reputed page also, I don't find that. Where exceptions are, of course, there. Exceptions are there. I cannot say that for all projects, but majority of projects are quality less projects. So, one part I can say, there could be reason that engineers are not interested. That could be reason. Or engineers are interested but they are purchased, you can say that, frankly speaking. Why to hide facts? This, I don't believe in that diplomacy, just to keep everything white and work is black. You keep, oh, I'm plain, I'm white, and nothing wrong on my mind. I'm blank paper. I know corruption of life, but your work is black. If your work is black and you say I'm white, what does it mean? Your work clearly tells you don't care. You don't care about your work. You are saying I have no black record. Okay, you don't have black record, but your work is black. There's no need of any record. So you are 100% involved in that black management. That's my point of view. Maybe by mistake I am engineer, I don't know. By an error of my luck, I am engineer. I got education of engineering. I'm not very high-fi educated, I'm only a degree engineer. You can say I passed section A and section B. of Institution of Engineers India, which is equivalent to a bachelor's of engineering. But I did not pass anything after that. I did not go for post-graduation degree or doctorate degree, but I am sure I have done doctorate in field. Though there's no degree, that one, no formal degree, but I have confidence that I am having much higher knowledge than doctors have regarding practical work, regarding field activities. And that's the only reason I'm plainly speaking, not to have any restriction on my thoughts, liberalized thoughts I am having, because I have seen many countries where work is done, many countries I have seen where work is done, how it is done, what is standard of doing, what a quality requirement, a safety requirement. If those can do it, why we cannot? Does it not make a question? Does it not make a question? I am asking engineers of this country, I am asking others of this country. Why you think that it cannot be done? So I thought to help engineering and engineering professionals. Whatever I have, maybe I don't have that much you have. I can't claim that I have every knowledge. No. You have much more knowledge. But my message, my talk is destined to young engineers, budding engineers, and those who aspire knowledge. My talk is not addressed to senior engineers, because they are all well experienced and I respect them. How much they can do, they know very well. I need not tell. They can evaluate themselves up to what level they have reached in their profession. I have nothing to say that on. So that's the only message I wanted to give. Why I am conducting these talks? I am conducting these talks because I want to communicate my mind to those. Communication is done either by writing or by man-to-man contact, person to face-to-face contact, or by video message these days, or conducting seminars, which is not in my hands. That's not my capacity to conduct webinars for you people. So my capacity was limited to Facebook Live, because Facebook Live, I thought, I compared with others and I concluded that it's better one. If I do video otherwise, means I first record videos and then upload, it's inconvenient, it takes many hours even for a video of 20 minutes. And when I started, I thought to change my style, because I posted many I wrote much on engineering and other subjects on Facebook and other domains also. I could not see why there's no response on that. This means people are not happy to read, and if they are not happy to read means there's no question that they can write, because writing takes time and it takes much more higher skill than reading. Reading is not that difficult. If you cannot go sentence by sentence, you can go by pages and you know what this contains. So I thought it's waste of time even writing, and so I tried to refer to Facebook Live, which I think is better way. It's up to people. Means for example, till now there's no one here to attend. No problem for me. It's not my problem. It's attending is your problem. My problem is submitting. Means if someone is there, if someone is not there, I can't control them. That's beyond my control. But whatever is done once, it remains an intervention system, and whatever time you want, if you are interested, you can open and listen to that, see that one. That's only reason. I had this, on this now. I'll I'll start talking on concrete. Section 5 is just for about 1 hour, and then I'll move on to FIDIC. I think because starting something technical is more important than jumping onto administrative or contracting, because by that time people like, or I could do otherwise. First I start. But what problem is if I start FIDIC, where it's left, and I lose myself here. I find lost in that, and I forget something else I do. But this is boring one, concrete, and it's related to codes and all that. So I'll take sometimes I start that. I start this concrete now, and section 5 says in general it is that section 5 there's no light anyway. It may be a problem for me to continue for long if light doesn't come. It isn't working. There's no light here. This is working. So you put on this. It's not working. You see, it's very low voltage. I think there's no meaning in putting phone on. There's no meaning at all. There's no voltage coming in, or some phase is gone. I don't know. Even this ground fan is not working. Door fan. So I'm not sure how long can I continue today. Let me see if light is there. I think light's not there. Let's just assume that please. I'll come back. I'll see how whether this phase is there or no. It seems the phase is gone, and it's difficult to continue like that. And the voltage is also a problem sometimes, because my computer is also on, the light is also on, and it's low voltage, very low voltage, very low voltage. I don't know what I do. Let us try for 15 minutes, and if I can't do that, I'll close, because I don't want to take any risk of this. So, general says concrete, and section 5. This is QCS 2014 Qatar concrete. Qatar sales specifications. QCS it is file. This file is available on the video URL. You can go to text of this video, which is in continuation of title. You will find many URLs there, and this concrete file is available on script.com. That URL is also available there. I don't know script.com where it is. It's there. So you can maybe I read with that, and I read for you if I guess there is, I think I can read it for you if you think. That is URL, and it is www.script.com, and this is document number is there, and section 5 concrete, it's given there in this. So that's there. Without any problem, you can read that. Now it's general, and in general it is introduction, implementation. Introduction, implementation, and introduction is scope, references, definitions, approved products, and in implementation is approved installers, field quality controller, rejected materials and records. And this document is about 200 pages, but most pages are references only, so you cannot say exactly 205 pages. You may say about 50 to 100 pages in fact. So general, it says introduction, and in this is scope. Let us say what is that scope, and it says that This section includes requirements for concrete work for pipelines, roadworks, runways, structures, water retaining structures, foundations, and bases for structures and equipment. This part includes relevant standards, definitions or abbreviations, and requirements for testing facilities, rejected materials, and record keeping. Related sections are as follows in this section. This section is, and then part 2 aggregates, part 3 cementitious materials, part 4 water, part 5 admixtures, part 6 property requirements, part 7 concrete plants, part 8 in transportation and placing of concrete, part 9 formwork, part 10 curing, part 11 reinforcement, part 12 construction joints, part 13 inspection and testing of hardened concrete, part 14 protective coatings to concrete, part 15 hot water concrete, hot weather concrete, part 16 miscellaneous, part 17 precast concrete, part 18 it's pre-stressed concrete, part 19 water retaining structures. In the section 1 is general, section 2 is quality assurance and quality control, section 4 is foundation and retaining structures, section 6 is road works, section 8 is drainage work, section 9 is mechanical and electrical equipment. So it's that. So just name of section. Now going to references, and following standards are referred to in this part. ASTM C31 standard practice for making and curing concrete test specimen in field. ASTM C39 standard test method for compressive strength of cylindrical concrete specimen. ASTM C143 standard test method of slump of hydraulic cement C concrete, and ASTM C1064 standard test method of temperature of freshly mixed hydraulic cement concrete. And I say, and then we go to BS6100, BS6100 glossary of building and civil engineering terms, and BSEN 9321 test for general properties of aggregates, methods for sampling. BSEN 932 test for general properties of aggregates, methods for reducing laboratory samples. BSEN 123501 method of sampling fresh concrete and site, and BSEN 123502 testing fresh concrete slump test. BSEN 123901 shape, dimensions and other requirements for specimens and molds, and then BSEN 123902 making any curing specimens for strength tests. Then GSO stands for Gulf Standards Organization, GSO ISO 9020-1 testing of concrete, part 1 sampling of fresh concrete. GSO ISO 1922-2 testing of concrete, part 2 properties of fresh concrete. Then GSO ISO 1920-3 testing of concrete, part 3 making and curing test specimen. Then definitions used in these sections are follows, and that's terms and abbreviations. Degree Celsius, degree C is degree Celsius, cal is calorie, cm is centimeter, d is day, FCK CY is characteristic compressive strength of concrete determined by testing cylinders, FCCYF compressive strength of concrete determined by testing cylinders, FCK cube characteristic compressive strength of concrete determined by testing cubes, and FCQ compressive strength of concrete determined by testing cube. FCM mean compressive strength of concrete, FCMJ mean compressive strength of concrete at age J days, and GGB as ground granulated blast furnace slag, GUT as granulated ultimate tensile strength, small h is hour, kg is kilogram, kg is kilojoules, kn is kilonewton, L is liter, M is meter, M square is square meter, M cube is cubic meter, mg is milligram, min is minute, mm is millimeter, mm square is square millimeter, months, and mpa is megapascal, kpa is kilopascal, msrpc is moderate surface resisting Portland cement, OPC ordinary Portland cement, PFA pulverized fuel ash, PVC polyvinyl chloride, small s is second, SF silica fumes, SRPC sulfate resistant Portland cement, and ton is 1000 kilogram, ppm is part per million, micron is 10 to the power minus 6, micrometer is 10 to the power minus meter. Then reference to technical society, institution, associations, or governmental authority is made in accordance with following abbreviations: ASHTO, AASHTO, American Association of State Highways and Transportation Officials; ACI is American Concrete Institute; ASTM, American Society of Testing and Materials; AWS is American Welding Society; BS is British Standard; BSCP British Standard Code of Practice; BSI is British Standards Institutions; C&CA Cement and Concrete Association; CIRIA Syria is called Construction Industry Research and Information Association; CRSI is Concrete Reinforcement Steel Institute; and CS Concrete Society, and then DIN stands for, that is Dutchess Institute for Normung EV, EN is Euronorm, FHWA Federal Highway Authority, GSO GCC Standardization Organization, and IC Institution of Civil Engineers, ISO International Organization for Standardizations, PCI is Priestess Concrete Institute, QCS is Qatar Construction Specifications, and QS is Qatar Standards. UKDFT, United Kingdom Department for Transport Products. And after this, approved products, it says that approved product, contract specific documentation may identify approved products and approved or pre-qualified manufacturers and suppliers of products used in concrete work. Then implementation and approved installers. This is implementation. Approved installers, contract specific documentation may identify approved or pre-qualified providers of concrete construction services. Field quality control. Now, contractors shall carry out test procedures. Contractors shall carry out test procedures required by this section and any other tests and test procedures as directed by engineer from time to time. Test procedures shall be carried out using facilities of an approved independent testing laboratory. Supply, storage, sampling and testing of all materials shall be responsibility of contractor unless contract specified otherwise. Engineer may also require contractor to take samples of materials and deliver them to Central Materials Laboratory for additional tests to be carried out by employer. Sampling procedures shall be in accordance with BSEN 932 or relevant ASTM standards, and sample sizes shall conform to requirements shown in Table 1.1. Minimum equipment required for testing on site is given in Table 1.2. This equipment shall be maintained on site all times during concreting operations, together with necessary scoops, buckets, sample containers and other items required for sampling. Cube curing tank shall be located in an air conditioned area as stated in Part 06. Rejected materials. Materials rejected by engineer, in particular cement which has deteriorated or aggregates which have segregated or become contaminated, shall be immediately removed from site. Then records. Contractor shall maintain What is this? Except, let me see. This was some disturbance. Yes. Contact shall maintain on site full records of all work carried out accurately related to the location of work on site, which shall include a time and date when all concrete was poured, formwork removed, and when formwork props were fully removed. B. All cubes and other tests. C. Daily maximum and minimum temperature. Then one copy of all test results shall be sent to engineer immediately upon completion of tests. Now there's a table 1.1. It says sampling procedure and minimum minimum sample sizes for Central Material Laboratory. This is title. Now there are three columns in that. Number one is material, number two is test, and number three is minimum sample. And then subtitles are cement is one material. Let's say in first line, in first column it is cement, then aggregate, then reinforcement, water, and then there are slump tests like that. So we'll take one first. This table is for material testing. There are four materials: cement, aggregate, reinforcement, water. This is in number one column, that's material. In number two column, that's test, and this is for cement is full range test. Minimum sample is composite sample of 7 kg taken from at least 12 bags. And then if you go to aggregate, there are two kind of tests. One test is called full range test, or full range of tests, and second one, there are list of tests. Let me say first full range of tests. It requires 200 kg cement. You can say 200 kg cement you have to supply to laboratory for conducting full range tests. Not cement, I'm sorry, this is 200 kg aggregate. Cement was in first one, so 200 kg aggregate you require to supply to laboratory so that they can conduct test on aggregate, that is full range test. And second one is, if you don't want full range test, there's another requirement, that is 50 kg aggregate. And in this would be covered sieve analysis, chemical analysis, soundness test, water absorption, particle density, flakiness index, fines content, LA aberration value is Los Angeles aberration value. So again I read this. These are about 8 number of tests in this, which is other than full range of tests of aggregate. Let's see analysis. Number one, chemical analysis, soundness test, water absorption, particle density and particle density, flakiness index, and fines content, and LA aberration value. In this you have to provide 50 kg aggregate to laboratory for this conductance test, and in previous one 200 kg was required for full range of tests. And reinforcement in this tensile test and bend test. Tensile test you have to provide 500 mm length of bar, and bend test 300 mm length of bar. And then water full range of tests, and that's 5 liters of waters. So this is table number 1.1. Then for example table number 1.2, which minimum testing equipment for each test is site. So there are 3 columns: test, then equipment to be provided, and minimum number required. Slump test PSEN 123502 or GSO ISO 19202 or ASTM C143. These 3 codes are available on that. First code is BS European EN, this is other one is GCC standard one, and ASTM American one. So slump cone you need in this equipment to be provided. Slump cone with base plate, that's number 1 unit. Then you can have compacting rod, circular cross section and round ends, number 1. And then you can say remixing container, 300 mm ruler, moist cloth you also need 1. Then scoop and shovel and timer. Now this other one, that's cube making, and it's BSEN 123901 and BSEN 123501-2000, and then GSO ISO 19201 and GSO ISO 1920-3 or ASTM C31 and C39. These are varying codes applicable on cubes making. And so it says 150 mm, 100 to 150 mm cubical cylindrical molds. You need 6, actually it should be 7 now, whatever is old one. Compacting rod or bar set of tools for assembling and stepping molds. That's none. 1 remixing container, 1 trowel, scoop, shovel and mallet. Mold release agent of enclosed container with brush test number 1. So third is cube curing. So this was cube. Number 1 was slump cone. Number 2 is cube making. Number 3 is cube curing. BSEN 12390-2 or GSOI SO 9053, and then ASTM C39. So you can say Hessian or sacking impervious sheet, Hessian or sacking impervious sheet, maximum or minimum thermometer, waterproof marking, crayon paint or equivalent, curing tank in air conditioned room, supply of packing materials for sending cubes to commercial laboratory. So number Hessian or sacking imperial sheet, a lot means there's no quantity, maximum or minimum thermometer 1, and waterproof marking, crayon paint or equivalent, that's 1. Cut in this curing tank in air conditioned rooms 1, and supply of packing material for sending cubes to commercial laboratory, that's lot. Then ASTM C1064 for concrete thermometer, and that's 1. So in this case, the note is given use of 100 mm cubes and cylinder molds are permitted when nominal maximum aggregate size is not greater than 20 mm. So that's now we go to other one, and that's now it's part 2 aggregates. We are talking aggregates now. Aggregate indexes like that: aggregate, then general units, scope, references, definitions, source approval, sampling, quality and testing, storage at contractor plant, fine aggregate for concrete and mortar, coarse aggregate for concrete, combined aggregate for concrete, washing and processing, lightweight aggregates, coarse and cycle aggregates. This is the index of this one. So in the aggregates we say aggregate general. What scope of this part covers? Requirements of aggregates for use in structural concrete. Related sections and parts are as follows: this section, and part 3 cementitious materials, part 4 water, part 6 property requirements, part 7 concrete plants, part 8 transportation and planning of concrete, part 15 hot weather concreting, part 17 structural precast concrete, part 18 pre-stress concrete. And references are ASTM C33 standard specification for concrete aggregates, ASTM C40 test method for organic impurities in fine aggregates for concrete, ASTM C88 test method for soundness of aggregate by use of sodium sulfate or magnesium sulfate, ASTM C123 test method of lightweight pieces in aggregate, ASTM C127 test method for specific gravity and absorption of coarse aggregate, ASTM C128 test method for specific gravity and absorption of fine aggregate, ASTM C131 test method for resistance to degradation of small size coarse aggregate by abrasion and impact on Los Angeles machine, and ASTM C136 standard test method for sieve analysis of fine and coarse aggregate, ASTM C142 test method for clay lumps and friable particles in aggregates, and ASTM C535 test method for resistance to degradation of large size coarse aggregates by abrasion and impact in Los Angeles machine. And then it is ASTM C702 standard practice for reducing samples of aggregate to testing size. Then ASTM D75 standard practice for sampling aggregate. Now BRE Digest 332 is alkali silica reaction in concrete, detailed guidance for new construction. Then BS 9333 test for geometrical properties of aggregates, determination of particle shape flakiness index, and BS 933.7 test for geometrical properties of aggregate, determination of shell content, percentage of shell in coarse aggregates, and BS 9339 test for geometrical properties of aggregate, assessment of fines, methylene blue test. Again BS 9339 test for geometrical properties of aggregates, assessment of fines, methylene blue test. Then BS 93311 test for geometrical properties of aggregate, classification test for constituents of coarse recycled aggregate. BS 1096-6 test for mechanical and physical properties of aggregate, determination of particle density and water absorption. BS 8500 part 2 concrete complex complementary British standard to BS EN 2061 specification for constituent materials and concrete. BS EN 12620 aggregates for concrete, BS EN 17441 test for chemical properties of aggregates, chemical analysis. BS EN 17445 test for chemical properties of aggregate, determination of acid soluble clouds, etc. Then BSEN 13672 tests for thermal and weathering properties of aggregate. Magnesium sulfate tests. BSEN 13674 determination of deadline shrinkage. Now BSEN 933 tests for geometrical properties of the aggregate. BSEN 10972, that is, let's test for mechanical and physical properties of aggregates, methods of determination of resistance to fragmentation. And BSEN 10976 Part 6 tests for mechanical and physical properties of aggregates, determination of particle density and water absorption. BSEN 13055-1 lightweight aggregate for concrete, mortar and grout. And BSPD 66821 aggregates for concrete, guidance on use of BSEN 12621. Then BSPD 6682-4 aggregates, lightweight aggregates for concrete, mortar and grout, guidance on use of BSEN 13055-1. EN 13139 aggregate for mortar. EN 998-1 specification for mortar for masonry, rendering and plastering mortar. EN 9982 specification for mortar for masonry mortar. ISO 9001-2008 quality management system requirements, but this is the old one. Now it is ISO 9001-2015. 2008 is obsolete, so it should be 2015. That's quality management system, total quality management, and this is also requirement, not just this. Another requirement, super requirement. Now heads are also responsible, not only quality persons, but whole organizations heads are also responsible. Quality representative is not mandatory because it's responsibility on higher profile, higher level people. ISO 17025 general requirements for compliance, for competence of testing and calibration laboratories. And RILEM, AARI, RILEM recommended test methods. AAR 1 detection of potential alkali reactivity aggregates, petrographic method. And RILEM AAR 3 RILEM recommended test methods. AAR 3 detection of potential alkali reactivity, 38 degrees Celsius test method for aggregate combinations using concrete results. Now definitions. Aggregate granular material used in construction and may be natural, manufactured or art recycled. Since aggregate, it says a granular material used in construction and may be natural, manufactured or recycled. Then natural aggregates aggregate from mineral sources which have been subject to nothing more than mechanical processing. Then manufactured aggregate of minerals, aggregate of mineral origin resulting from an industrial process involving thermal or other modifications. Then recycled aggregates resulting from processing of inorganic materials previously used in construction. And lightweight aggregate of mineral niche origin having a particle density not exceeding 2000 kg per meter cube, or a loose bulk density not exceeding 1200 kg per meter cube. Now source approval. Source approval. I will take some water. Still power is off. Not. I have to close early. I think fan is not working properly. It's hot. Temperature is 32 degrees, maybe more now. So its source approval. Contractor shall use only those imported materials sourced from an accredited quarry, producer or accredited supplier, and which have been approved by Qatar standards or their representatives. Accredited aggregate suppliers shall provide source names for every shipment of aggregates delivered to concrete supplier. Source of material supply may be changed by contractor during project provided that replacement materials shall be sourced from an accredited quarry producer and replacement materials are not significantly different in terms of physical and chemical properties, thus ensuring that resultant concrete continues to comply fully with specified requirements. When considering whether an aggregate supplier and aggregate producer are suitable to be accredited, preference will be given to organizations with a proper quality management system such as ISO 9001 or another quality management system approved by Qatar standards. When requested by engineer, aggregate supplier shall provide a geotechnical analysis on rock samples before blasting and grinding to ensure proper quality of material. Aggregate shall be properly stocked and labeled without intermingling at any storage area. When requested by engineer, aggregate supplier shall provide data for past 6 months that shows consistency of materials and conformity with this specification. Supplier shall verify compliance of aggregates aggregates per QCS Qatar civil specs by an independent qualified testing agency accredited to ISO 17025 and approved by Qatar standards. Sampling. Contractors shall provide samples of both fine and coarse aggregate to engineer in accordance with requirements of relevant standards in QCS for sampling and QCS I told you Qatar civil specs. Sample reducing and testing of aggregate for testing at least 2 weeks before beginning deliveries to site. All samples shall be taken in presence of engineer or an approved testing agency assigned by engineer. Aggregate sampling and testing shall be conducted by qualified staff. Now quality and testing. Quality and testing, and this is who's there? Good morning, Mr. Nabil Khan. Good morning, welcome. Okay. So now quality and testing. Aggregates shall consist of tough, hard, durable and uncoated particles. Remember, tough, hard, durable and uncoated particles containing no harmful material in quantities sufficient to adversely affect concrete or reinforcing steel, and shall contain no materials likely to cause staining or otherwise disfigure concrete surface. Aggregate shall be obtained from a source approved by engineer. Aggregate shall meet requirements given in table 2.1. Additional tests detailed in BS EN 12620 with BS PD 6682, EN 13139, EN 998-1, EN 998-2 are relevant ACI and ASTM, ASCI or ASTM standards and codes of practice may be required by engineer to satisfy certain requirements, and contractor shall provide all data as specified in QCS. Sampling of aggregates shall be carried out in accordance with requirements of BS EN 12620, BS EN 933 or ASTM D75 and ASTM C702. Fine aggregates shall be natural sand or manufactured crushed rock sand. Crushed rock sand. Crushed rock sand shall be direct product of manufacturing process, not byproduct of coarse aggregate production. Beach sand shall not be permitted for use in concrete mix. Use of clean dune sand blended with coarse sand may be permitted providing it can be shown that sand is free from contaminants. Use of local dune sand shall be pre-approved by Ministry of Environment. Now, samples of aggregate shall be taken in accordance with requirements of Table 1.1 Part 1. Frequency of routine testing shall meet requirements as listed in Section 2. Frequency of testing may be increased by engineer's request, and if testing results show inconsistency, and frequency may be reduced if approved by engineer if materials are highly consistent. Mineralogical tests are to be carried out as instructed by engineer, and no aggregate delivers shall be made no aggregate delivers shall be made to site until engineer has approved samples as complying with this specification. Now, storage at contractor's plant. Aggregate shall be stored as follows: each nominal size of coarse aggregate and fine aggregate shall be kept separated and clearly labeled at all times. B. Height of stockpiles shall be controlled to prevent harmful segregation and breakage of aggregate. Stockpile shall be on hard and clean surface when not more than 5% slope. Now, D. Contamination of aggregate by ground or other foreign matter shall be effectively prevented at all times. Contamination of aggregate by ground or other foreign materials or matters shall be effectively prevented at all times. Each heap of aggregate shall be capable of draining freely. Stockpiles shall be protected from direct sunlight. Unloading of aggregate shall be controlled to prevent harmful segregation of process. So, contractor shall say uploading of aggregate shall be controlled to prevent harmful segregation and breakage, and stockpiles shall be protected from direct sunlight. Contractor shall maintain stockpiles of coarse aggregate in separate gradings. All construction site preparation, location and size of stockpiles shall be approved by engineer. Now, contractor shall maintain stockpiles of coarse aggregate in separate groups, separate gradings. All construction site preparation, location, size of any stockpiles shall be approved by engineer. Now, let's see. Table 2.1 is given here. This limits of physical, chemical, and mechanical properties of aggregates for normal concrete. So, it's table 2.1, and there is column number, then requirement, then test methods and permissible limits. In test methods there are two columns, BS/EN and ASTM. In permissible limits there is two columns, fines and coarse. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4 columns, and third column is two columns, and permissible limits are also two columns. So 2 to 4 to 6 columns total here in the limits of physical, chemical, mechanical properties of aggregates for normal concrete. What says then? Number 1, so requirement is grading, and test methods in BSEN is 9331, and permissible limits is fine standard and coarse standard. Then natural materials finer than 0.063 mm, that is crust rocks. Material finer than 0.063 mm. So test method is 9331, that is BSEN, and fines is 3% maximum and 2% maximum. This is material finer than 0.036 mm, and crust rock, if they are material finer than 0.063 mm. So in both, in natural materials there is 3% maximum in fine and 2% maximum coarse, and crust rock, that is 7% maximum in standard and 2% maximum standard. Then you can say fines quality, there's structural concrete, sand equivalent, and also non-structural concrete, methylene below absorption. So this says then fines quality, structural concrete, sand equivalent percentage, and in test method it says VSEN 9338 and 60% minimum is 60% minimum square, that's in fine in permissible limits. So then you go to no non-structural concrete, methylene blue after absorption value, and says now 9339 and it is 1 gram per kilogram maximum. Then clay lumps and friable particles. Clay lumps, that's friable particles, and we have to see that how it works. See, it is in clay lumps. This is ASTM C142, and fines 2% maximum, and coarse 2% maximum, and then lightweight pieces, that is C123 ASTM and 0.5% in fines and 0.5% in, that's the maximum in your okay. Then so it's clay lump and friable properties 2% maximum, that's C142, and 2% maximum in coarse, and also lightweight pieces, the C123 0.5% maximum, 0.5% maximum. So move to organic impurities for fine aggregates, and that is ASTM C40, and color standard not darker than plate number 3, and other one, this is in coarse, not applicable. Organic impurities for fine aggregates are generally in fine one, not in coarse one. No. Organic impurities for fine aggregates and ASTM C40, color standard not darker than plate number 3, that's not applicable in other one, that's coarse. A water absorption on saturated surface dry. Water absorption saturated surface dry in this case is, so this light's a problem. I think I should keep on my light bulb because power is low. Let me see if I can do without the bulb, because it's just 2 days happening. Lights problem today. I don't know why. There's power failure from power. Can I see my face? I don't know. Can I see my face? No, I don't think I can see my face. No. I have to put light on. No, I can't see. No, it's okay. Let me see, because it is what to do. Okay, let us see what it is. What do you know? Okay, so organic impurities we have gone through. This is fine aggregate, is C40 color standard not darker than plate number 3, and in core is other one is not applicable, that is in coarse it's not applicable. Then water absorption saturated surface dry is 1097 BSEN, this is 10976, that is BSEN, and it's 2.3% maximum for fine and 0% for coarse. Particle density not normal weight concrete. Particle density for normal weight concrete, and that is 10976, that is BSEN, and fine this is 2 minimum, and in course 2 minimum. Shell content BSEN 9337, and it's 3% maximum for fine and 3% maximum for course. Flakiness index, this is BSEN 9333, and 30%, 35% maximum is flakiness index. And acid soluble chlorides, this is BSEN 1744-5, not applicable here. And reinforce, in this case you can go to A and B, and this is acid soluble chlorides reinforced and mass concrete. It's, you can say, 0.06% maximum in fine and 0.03% maximum in coarse. And this Bristol concrete and steam cured structural concrete, this is 0.01% for fine and 0.01% for coarse. Now, acid soluble sulfates, BSEN 1744-1, this is fines 0.4% and coarse 0.3% maximum. Soundness by magnesium sulfate, 5 cycles, this is 1367-2, 15% maximum for fines and 15% maximum for coarse. Resistance to fragmentation, Los Angeles aberration, and this is 10972 BSEN, and coarse it is 30% maximum. And drying shrinkage, which is 13674 BSEN, is in coarse 0.075% maximum drying shrinkage. And potential reactivity, then we have to see these notes for this purpose, and that is notes 1. Let us say use of BSEN or relevant GSO standards if sand equivalent value is less than 60% and greater than or equal to 50%. Sand shall be considered non-harmful and is accepted provided that methylene group value is less than or equal to 1 gram per kilogram. 1 gram per kilogram. This is so. Now then, if you go to fast one, it says that I'm just continuing notes, and I had to talk 2 notes. One was use of BSEN or relevant GSO standards, and the second one, if sand equivalent value is less than 60% and greater than or equal to 50%, sand shall be considered more non-harmful and is accepted provided that methylene below wells in all cases. After that, C3 is not required when fines content in fine aggregate or in aggregate is 3% or less. And number 4, organic impurities use of a fine aggregate failing in test is not prohibited provided that discoloration is due principally to presence of small quantities of coal, lignite or similar descriptive particles. When tested for effect of organic impurities or strength of let's see it again. Discoloration is due principally to presence of small quantities of coal, lignite, or similar discrete surfaces or discrete particles, and when tested for effect of organic impurities on strength of motor, relative strength of relative strength of 7 days calculated in accordance with STM SC 87. After that, see, if I forget, I can complete that. Organic impurities used in fine aggregate. Failing in test is not prohibited, provided that discoloration is due principally to presence of small quantities of coal, lignite, or similar discrete particles when tested on the effect of organic impurities on strength of a motor. Relative strength at 7 days calculated in accordance with ASTM C87 is not less than 95%. If chloride content is higher than 0.01%, if chloride content is higher than 0.01%, steps may be taken as such. Aggregates may be washed by suitable water. Aggregates may be washed by suitable water. Section 5, Part 4, mixing to lower chlorides content to specified value 0.01%. If washing process does not reduce chloride content in required value, then acid soluble chloride contains in concrete ingredients some of contributions from constituent materials shall be tested as mentioned in BS 85002, allowable acid soluble. Then you see, the washing process does not reduce chloride content to required value. Acid constituent materials shall be tested as mentioned in BS 85002. Allowable acid solids, SSRs. And then see, here allowable acid soluble chloride content limit shall not exceed values given in section 5 part 6 para 653. Alkali aggregate reactivity shall be assessed at source in accordance with BS 2061, BS 85002. Certification shall be obtained from aggregate source indicating absence of deleterious expansion of concrete due to alkali aggregate reactivity. So these are conditions that were given for those notes. They are unknown. fine aggregates for concrete and mortar. This was about coarse aggregate. Now going to fine aggregate. It says fine aggregate consists of natural clean sand, stone screenings or a combination, and can be produced from natural disintegration of rocks or gravel, and or by crushing of rock or gravel or processing of manufactured aggregate or artificial, conforming to requirements of requirements of physical and chemical properties, complying with table 2.1 and subject to engineer's acceptance. Crushed fine aggregates may be blended with local washed sand, provided that final aggregate complies with requirements in table 2.1. Gradation of fine aggregate for concrete and again some miserable messages are coming for no meaning at all. Why these people are sending messages? I cannot understand this. Why this is open for what this side is open? I also don't understand this. Okay. So 13 pages only I've covered so far. So it takes time, you know. So crushed fine aggregate may be blended with local washed sand, provided the final aggregate complies with requirements of table 2.1. Gradation of fine aggregate for concrete mortar shall be in accordance with gradation designations of PSEN 12620 with BSPD 6682 and EN 13113. BSPD PD stands for published documents, which is confirmation, and EN 998 and EN 9982 are relevant ACI or ASTM standards and codes of practice and subject to engineers' acceptance. Let me go on to, it says, each batch of aggregate delivered to site shall be kept separate from previous batches and shall be stored to allow for inspection and tests to be carried out. Local natural sand shall be mechanically washed. Local natural sand shall be mechanically washed to remove salts and other impurities in order to meet specified requirements. Storage area for clean washed sand shall be shaded. Storage area for clean washed sand shall be shaded from direct sun rays of sun and shall be screened or protection from dust. For the area in neighborhood of stockpile or mixing plant shall be watered as necessary to reduce rising of dust. Okay. Now use of dune sand shall be accepted as governed by regulations of Qatar Ministry of Environment and shall be a not used for any reinforced concrete and used only for blocks, block mortar, plasters, soil cement, shotcrete and insulation concrete. Coarse aggregate for this was fine aggregate, now it's coarse aggregate for concrete. There's no power in here. I'm feeling that. So क्या करें? Power is gone completely. This is status of electricity in morning time. What should happen? Nobody knows. They say we are giving 24 hours electricity, and this is 24 hours electricity. Well, coarse aggregate for concrete. Coarse aggregate is granular material and may be natural, manufactured, recycled, or combination of all. It should it shall be free from deleterious matter and conforming to requirements of physical and chemical properties in table 2.1 as minimum requirement and subject to engineer's acceptance within BSES 12620, BSPD 6682 or ASTM C33. For imported aggregate, Qatar standards may publish more requirements and stringent limits than specified in table 2.1. For other types of concrete mixes and subjects to engineer's acceptance, coarse aggregate shall comply with relevant BSEN or relevant ACI or STM standards and codes. Nominal maximum size of coarse aggregate shall be not larger than A 1/5 narrowest dimension between sides of forms, nor B 1/3 depth of slab, nor C 3/4 minimum clear spacing between individual reinforcing bars or wires, bundles of bars, individual tendons, bundled tendons or ducts. These limitations shall not apply if, in judgment of licensed design professional, workability and methods of consolidation are such that concrete can be placed without honeycombs or wires. As required by engineers, contractor shall mechanically wash aggregates to remove salts and other impurities in order to meet requirements specified. Combined aggregate for concrete. Material passing 0.063 mmCu shall not exceed 3% of combined aggregate. By weight, combined aggregate gradation used in work shall be as specified except when otherwise approved by or directed by engineer. Changes in approved gradation shall not be made during progress of works unless approved or directed by engineers. Washing and processing. When aggregates have been washed shortly before delivery to site, or if stockpiles have been sprayed to cool them, samples of aggregate shall be taken frequently to determine correct amount of water to add to mix. Lightweight aggregate. Lightweight aggregates are those having particle densities not exceeding 2000 kg per meter cube or loose bulk densities not exceeding 1200 kg per meter cube. Lightweight aggregates include natural aggregate manufactured from natural materials and or a byproduct of industrial processes, and some recycled aggregates. Lightweight aggregates shall be in accordance with BSEN 130551 and BSPD 66824 or equivalent ASTM standards. Coarse recycled aggregates. Excavation waste EW. Coarse recycled aggregates RA. So EW is excavation waste and coarse recycled aggregate RA and coarse recycled concrete aggregate RCA shall meet with requirement of table 2.1 with exception that water absorption shall not exceed 3% for structural concrete and 4% for non-structural concrete. For structural concrete, this EW or RCA may be used in designated concrete of maximum C30. Its proportion shall not be more than a mass fraction of 20% of coarse aggregate BS 85002 section 622, except where approved by Qatar standards to use a higher proportion. Now, for non-structural concrete such as crash barriers and soakways, EW and RCA may be used in designated concrete of maximum C40. Its proportion shall be not more than a mass fraction of 50% of coarse aggregate. BS 8500-2, section 622, except where approved by Qatar standards to be used at higher proportion. For non-structural concrete, RA may be used in designated concrete of maximum C25. Its proportion shall be not more than a mass fraction of 20% of concrete aggregate. BS 85002, section 622, except where approved by Qatar standards to use a higher proportion. When composition of coarse RCA and coarse RA is tested in accordance with BSEN 933-11, test results obtained for each type of practice particular cell shall not exceed maximum value specified in 22. EW aggregate shall meet same requirements for RCA as given in table 2.2. Then table 2.2, requirement for coarse RCA and coarse RA mass fraction percentage. This is table. We have got only around 16 pages of 205. I can't, it's time consuming, very time consuming, and this hot on top of that. Let me try to put light now. As matter, weather's not very good, so light is good now. So requirements for coarse RCA and coarse RA mass fraction percentages. There's type of aggregate is one column, and this is requirement in 6 columns, and these are maximum masonry content, maximum fines, maximum lightweight material, and maximum asphalt, maximum foreign materials, namely glass, plastics, and metals, maximum acid solution, sulfate SO3. This is a small table, and this is given, let's say, type of aggregate is RCA and then RA. So in RCA it says maximum masonry content is 5, maximum fines is 5, and maximum lightweight material 0.5, and maximum asphalt 5, and maximum foreign material, namely glass, plastic, metals 1, maximum acid soluble sulfates SO3 1, and in RA it is maximum masonry content 100, and maximum fines 3, maximum lightweight material 1, maximum asphalt 10, maximum foreign materials, namely glass, plastics, and metals 1, and maximum acid solution sulfate SO3 is blanks 4. Now what is given there below that? Number 1, where material to be used is obtained by crushing. Like this, when material to be used is obtained by crushing hardened concrete of known composition that has not been in use, namely surplus, precast unit, or returned fresh concrete, and not contaminated during storage and processing, only requirements are those for grading and maximum fines. Let me repeat it. Where material to be used is obtained by crushing hardened concrete of known composition that has not been in use, namely surplus precast units or returned fresh concrete, and not contaminated during storage and processing. Only requirements are those for grading and maximum fines. Material with a density less than 1000 kg per meter cube. Provisions for coarse RCA may be applied to mixture of natural coarse aggregates blended with listed constituents. Appropriate limit and test method needs to be determined on a case-by-case basis. See note 6 to 43 of BS 85002. Floating materials FL, let's call floating materials content per BSE 93311 shall not exceed 5 centimeter cube per kilogram. RCA should be treated as highly reactive aggregate. Alkali contribution from RCA shall be determined as given in BS 85002. For manufacturing of masonry concrete blocks, uses of recycled aggregate is permitted up to 100% as given in section 13 in accordance with ACI 555. This is special. This is for masonry concrete blocks. Uses of recycled aggregates is permitted up to 100% as given in section 13 in accordance with ACI 555. Okay. Now we go to section 5, part 3, the cementitious materials. Cementitious materials. It says general the scope, references, terms and definitions, source approval, sampling, quality and testing, delivery, storage and handling. So I think I'll go through this cementitious materials and will then shift to FIDIC. Now cementitious materials. Scope. This part of cementitious material covers requirements for testing and use of cement in structural concrete. Related sections and parts are as follows. Part 6, property requirements. References. Following standards are referred to in this part. ASTM C10 standard specification for natural cement. ASTM C91 specification for masonry cement. ASTM C114 test methods for chemical analysis of hydraulic cement. ASTM C115 test methods for fineness of Portland cement by turbidimeter and C150 ASTM C150 standard specification for Portland cement. ASTM C183 standard practice for sampling and amount of testing of hydraulic cement. ASTM C188 test method for density of hydraulic cement, and ASTM C186 test method for heat of hydration of hydraulic cement. ASTM C204 test method of fineness of hydraulic cement by air permeability. ASTM C3848 test methods for flexural strength of hydraulic cement mortar, and ASTM C49349 test method for compressive strength of hydraulic cement mortar, using portion of prism broken in flexure. Then ASTM C430 test method for fineness of hydraulic cement by 45 mm number 3 to 5, and ASTM C595 standard specification for blended hydraulic cement, and ASTM C989 standard specification for slag cement for use in concrete and mortars. ASTM C1157 standard performance specification for hydraulic cement. ASTM C1240 standard specification for silica fume used in cementitious mixtures, and ASTM C1328 specification for plastic cement, stucco, and ASTM C1329 specification for mortar cement. BS146 Portland cement, Portland blast furnace cement, and BS1370 low heat Portland cement, and BS4027 sulfate resisting, 14 cm. 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 14 Then BSEN 196 methods for testing cement. And then BSEN 1971 test cement composition. Cement composition specification conformity criteria for common cements. And BSEN 1974 cement composition specifications and conformity criteria for low risk and blast furnace cements. Now, terms and definitions. Cementitious materials means, what means cementitious materials means? Portland cement in combination with one or more of following blended hydraulic cement, fly ash and other pozzolas, ground granulated blast furnace slag, silica fume and metakaolin subject to compliance with requirements of the specification. PC, that shall mean Portland cement or CEM1. PFA or FA shall mean fly ash or pulverized fly ash. GGBS shall mean ground granulated blast furnace slag. Source approval. So source approval, contractor shall submit to engineer for approval full details of proposed source of cement. These sources of cement supply shall be regularly and thoroughly investigated to ensure that quality of material supply is satisfactory and that it does not deteriorate during performance of project. Cement source shall not be changed without engineer's acceptance. Contractor shall supply engineer with manufacturer's test certificates certifying that cement is in compliance with relevant standards. For imported cement, manufacturer's test certificate shall be provided with each consignment. Contractor shall submit to engineer date of manufacture and proof that specifications have been complied with, certified by an independent agency in country of origin. Cement manufacturers shall label their packings and delivery documents and shall provide, where applicable, information on package, dispatch, date, storage, conditions and storage period appropriate to maintaining activity of any reducing agent and keeping content of soluble chromium 6 below and 2 ppm limit. Engineer has right to test cement for presence of chromium at contractor's expense. Sampling. Method of obtaining samples of cement for testing shall be carried out as described in EN 196 or ASTM C 183. Quality and testing. Cementitious materials shall fully comply with relevant standards from following list: ASTM C150 standard specification for Portland cement, ASTM C595 standard specification for blended hydraulic cement, and ASTM C678 standard specification for coal fly ash and raw natural pozzolana for use in concrete, ASTM 989 C989 standard specification for ground granulated blast furnace slag for use in concrete and mortars, and ASTM C1157 standard performance specification for hydraulic cement, and ASTM C1240 standard specification for silica fume used in cementitious mixtures. Then BS146 Portland blast furnace cement, BS1370 low heat Portland cement, BS4027 sulfate resisting Portland cement, BSEN 1971 minimum grade 42.5, and BSEN 450 fly ash for concrete, BSEN 15167 and ground grounded blast furnace slag for use in concrete mortar and grouts, and EN 12363 silica fumes for concrete. Relevant GSO stands for GCC standard organization. Water soluble chromium 6 content shall not exceed 2 ppm, that's 0.0002% by total dry weight of cementitious materials. Now delivery, storage and handling. Delivery, storage, and handling. Cement shall be delivered to site in sealed and branded bags, or cement shall be delivered to site in sealed and branded bags or in manufacturer's containers bearing manufacturer's name, cement type and date of manufacture in batches not exceeding 100 tons. Cement shall be stored at site in such a manner as to prevent its deterioration, intrusion of moisture and foreign matter. It must be kept dry at all times. Immediately upon arrival at site, contractors shall store cement in bins or silos designated for this purpose. It shall be tight and provide for free movement to discharge opening or dry weather tight and properly ventilated structures with floor raised a minimum of 450 mm above ground with adequate provision to prevent absorption of moisture. So storage is dry, weather tight and properly ventilated structure with floors raised and a minimum of 450 mm above ground with adequate provisions to prevent absorption of moisture. But this point is very dangerous because people do not understand this point. I have seen many stores during my visit to some sites that people don't understand what is this weather tight, what is this dry, and what is this ventilation. What does it mean? I have seen even doors are open, there are in opening, walls are not sealed, and moisture entering, which results in setting of bags. Is practically seen and people don't understand. They don't know what they don't understand meaning of water tightness, meaning of ventilation, meaning of these properties. They don't understand. Its all storage facilities shall be subject to approval of engineer and shall be such as to permit easy access for inspection and identification. Prolonged storage of cement at site is to be avoided. For bagged cement, bagged cement, each consignment of cement shall be kept separately, and contractors shall use consignments in order in which they are received. Contractors shall keep records of various consignments of cement in store, giving quantities received and used and sections of work in which cement has been used on daily basis, and make a weekly return to engineer accordingly. Cement used in works shall be free flowing and free from lumps. In no case shall bagged cement be stored in stacks more than 8 bags high. A free passage of at least 1 meter shall be left between cement and side walls of structure. Different types of cement shall be kept in clearly marked separate storage facilities. Cement delivered to site in drums or bags by supplier or manufacturer shall be stored in drums or bags until used in works. Cement in drums or bags which have been opened shall be used immediately. Cement that has partially or fully cracked in storage will not be permitted in work and shall be, I'm sorry, it's not cracked, there's something wrong here, it should be caked, I'm sorry, the cement that has partially or fully caked, C-A-K-E-D, not cracked, caked in storage will not be permitted in work and shall be immediately removed from storage area. Bags or packages of sample or cement which has been damaged or rebagged or in a way has deteriorated shall be rejected either as an individual bag or package or as whole consignment in which such bag, package or sample is contained as advised by engineer. Where site limitations preclude storage of cement on site, cement shall be stored at a central location and shall be delivered daily as required to specific job sites. Where site limitation preclude storage of cement on site, Cement shall be stored at a central location and delivered daily as required to specific job sites. Contractor shall provide weighing machine which shall be kept permanently in each shed for checking weight of bags or barrels of cement. Weighing machines shall be calibrated by independent agency. Engineer shall have access all times to cement storage sheds. During transport and storage, cement shall be fully protected from all weather elements. Consignment of cement not used within 2 months from date of manufacture, and cement which in opinion of engineer is of doubtful quality shall not be used in works until it has been retested and test result sheets showing that it complies in all respects with specification and relevant standards have been delivered to engineer. Cement stored for longer than 28 days shall be tested for loss of ignition prior to use to check for deterioration, and cement which fails test shall not be used in works. So now it's 22 pages only done. What I should do? This is water. Now water 2, this is general. Scope references, quality of water, general pH of water, permissible temperatures, supply and storage, testing and sampling, health and safety. This is regarding water. Let me see if we can do in 5-10 minutes. And this is water general. This part in the scope of this part includes water used for concrete mixture, washing of aggregates and equipment, wetting of surfaces or ponding during curing, or for wetting formwork and washing reinforcement. Related sections and parts are as follows: Part 2 aggregate, Part 6 property requirement, Part 9 formwork, Part 10 curing, and Part 11 reinforcement. Now references are ASTM C109 test method for compressive strength of hydraulic cement mortars using 2 in 1 or 50 mm cube specimen, and then BS1377 method of test for soils for civil engineering purposes, BS2690 methods of testing water used in industry, BS6068 water quality, BSE and ISO 9631 determination of total and composite alkalinity, BS EN ISO 29 and 632 determination of carbonate alkalinity, and EN 1961 determination of strength, EN 1960.2 method of testing cement, part 2 chemical analysis of cement, and EN 1963 determination of setting time and soundness, and EN 1008 mixing water for concrete specimen for sampling, testing and assessing suitability of water, including water recovered from processes of concrete, including asman and mixing water for concrete. SM5220B chemical oxygen demand, and that is COD, and SM4500 standard methods for examination of water and wastewater, and ISO 7890 water quality determination of nitrates, part 1 and 2, 6 dimethyl phenol spectrometric method. I repeat, water quality determination of nitrate. This is part 1. The 2, the 6 dimethyl phenol spectrometric method, and SM3125B ICP.MS metals by inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry. Quality of water general, what's about that? Potable water is suitable for use in concrete, while water of other origin such as underground water, natural surface water, recovered water, as well as municipal treated water or mixed water shall be tested to prove that its quality shall conform to water quality requirements as given below and in 4.3. Now Number 2, on site where a permit is issued for municipal treated effluent used for concrete, effluent shall be treated by tertiary treatment stage, reverse osmosis RO, and disinfection, this ultraviolet radiation or ozonation. So this is a method given. Once again I repeat this: on site where a permit is issued for municipal treated effluent used for concrete, effluent shall be treated by tertiary treatment, tertiary, T-E-R-T-I-A-R-Y, tertiary treatment stage, reverse osmosis RO, and disinfection, that's ultraviolet radiation or ozonation. Water shall be examined in accordance with test procedures stated in Table 1, EN 1008. Water not conforming to one or more of requirements in Table 1, EN 1008 may be used only if it can be shown to be suitable for use in concrete in accordance with physical tests of Table 1 below. I again repeat this: water shall be examined in accordance with test procedures stated in Table 1, EN 1008. Water not conforming to one or more of requirements in Table 1, EN 1008 may be used only if it can be shown to be suitable for use in concrete in accordance with physical test of Table 1 below. Site, health and safety services and treated effluent quality shall fully fulfill requirements of 5. pH of water. pH of water is pH of water used in concrete works shall be as shown in Table 4.2. Permissible temperature. Temperature of water for concrete shall not be less than 5 degrees Celsius and not more than 40 degrees Celsius. So range is 5 degrees to 40 degrees for purpose of concrete mixing. So temperature of water for concrete shall not be less than 5 degrees Celsius and not more than 40 degrees Celsius. Water may be cooled to not less than 5 degrees Celsius by gradual addition of chilled water or ice as follows. So you cannot directly cool it. Water may be cooled to not less than 5 degrees Celsius by gradual addition of chilled water or ice as follows. No ice particles shall be present in mix. Alternatively, flaked ice may be used. Flaked ice. Ice to be used shall be crushed and shall be a product of frozen water which complies with acceptance criteria of tables 4.1 and 4.2 and 4.3. Every effort should be made to protect water pipes and tanks from sun, namely burying, shading, insulation or painting white. So procedures: burying, shading, insulation or painting white. Supply and storage. Supply and storage. Contractors shall make their own arrangements and obtain approval of engineer for supply of water. Storage of water should be such that contamination is prevented from occurring and measures taken to avoid contamination of water shall be to approval of engineer. Testing and sampling. Whenever required to do so by engineer, contractor shall take samples of water being used or which it is proposed to use for mixing concrete and test them for quality. Samples of water of not less than 5.1, that's lesson 5.1, shall be taken and sent for testing at I think it's 5 liter. I should think that there must be 5 liters, something wrong. Samples of water of less than 5 liters shall be taken, sealed and sent to testing at an approved independent laboratory prior to approval of any water source. And whenever source of water is changed periodically during continuance of its use. Water of questionable quality should comply with physical tests at Table 4.1 and chemical limitations listed on Table 4.2 and Table 4.3. No source of water shall be used until required tests have demonstrated its suitability for correcting. Use of water from municipal or government supply does not preclude requirements testing. Now, table 4.1, acceptance criteria and physical tests for mixing water. Now, what's that? Now, there are three columns here. In first column, then nothing is written. In second column, test method. In third column, limits. Now, in first column, we go down blank below the compressive strength at 7-day percentage of control. Test method EN1961 and limit is 90%, and setting time maximum deviation from control action. So EN1963 from 1 early to 130 later. Now, chemical limitations for mixing water. So in this parameter, test method and maximum limits are given. In this table 4.2, this title is 4.2 as we're talking. Now chemical limitations for mixing water. So one column is parameter, second one is test method, third is maximum limit, and there's a chloride, then sulfate, then alkali, then total dissolved ions, and then COD, then phosphate, and then nitrate, then lead, then zinc, and these are parameters. We now read about this. A is chloride as Cl, and this is program is for pre-stressed concrete, for reinforced concrete, for concrete without reinforcement. Test method is BS6068-137 ISO 9297. Maximum limit milligram per liter is for pre-stressed concrete 500. This is 500. This is for chlorides, Cl. So pre-stressed concrete is 500. For reinforced concrete is 1000. For concrete without reinforcement 4500, and all this in milligram per liter. So 500 milligram per liter, that is for PSC, and 1000 milligram per liter, that's for RCC, and 4500 milligram per, that's for concrete without reinforcement, plain CC, you can say. Now to be sulfate as SO4, and this test method is EN1962, and milligram per liter is 2000. Then alkali carbonates and bicarbonates, then alkali equivalent sodium oxides. So alkali carbonates and bicarbonates, the test is BS6000, it's for alkali BS6068 251, and BSEN ISO 9963, and BSEN ISO 9962, and EN1962. So in case this is 500, this is milligram. Wait a minute. Sulfates is 2000. That's the missed, I think. Sulfate is SO4 is EN1962, that is 2000 permissible, 2000 milligram per liter, and this alkali, which is now 500 and 1500, that is 500. Alkali carbonates and bicarbonates and alkali equivalent sodium oxides 1500. Now total dissolved ions including A, B and C below, and A, B and C above, that is not below, above. A was for chloride, B was for sulfate, C was for alkali. A is for chloride, B is for sulfate, C is for alkali. So it says total dissolved ions including A, B, C above, and this is D1 for pre-stressed concrete, D2 for reinforced concrete, D3 for concrete without reinforcement. This is a requirement, and here it is BS1377 part 3, and then requirements for pre-stressed concrete. This is 1000 milligram and milligram per liter, and reinforced concrete 2000 milligram, and for concrete without reinforcement, this one's for that. Now we go back to pH value. pH value is this is terminated, pH value is BS6068 and -250. This should be 6.5 to 9 milligram per liter, 6.5 to 9. And then The COD, chemical oxygen demand, is SM520B, that's 50 maximum limit milligram per liter. So now we have gone to COD. COD is SM520B and this is a 50 milligram per liter. Phosphates expressed as PO4 and to P. SM tested SM4500PB and C SM4500PD by subtraction, and this is 30. After that, phosphate is over now. Now nitrate expressed as NO3 and ISO 78901 100 milligram per liter, and lead expressed as PB, and this is SM3125 BICP-MS and 100 milligram per liter, and zinc expressed as Genin SM3125B ICP-MS and 100 gram per liter. So this is SM standards method is called. When I say SM, whatever it is, SM stands for standard method for examination of water and wastewater. So SM we use there many times. It was used SM here, 520 SM another one, ISO, then SM this one and that one. Now health and safety. Health and safety. Now on site where a permit is issued for municipal treated water used in construction works, effluent should be treated by tertiary treatment stages including filtration, disinfectant, chloride alone or ultraviolet radiation or ozonization. Furthermore, following site health and safety services and treated effluent quality shall be fulfilled. Residual chlorine level, this is for chlorination purpose. Residual chlorine level shall be within range of 0.5 to 1 milligram per liter, 0.5 to 1 milligram per liter. For water to be used for concrete, disinfectant shall be ultraviolet radiation or ozonation. Coliform level shall fulfill one of following coliform level. Fecal coliform. Coliform is bacteria, Fecal coliform less than 200 CFU per 100 milliliter. In case there is no direct exposure on site labor. Total coliform is less than 23 CFU per 100 milliliter in case there is direct exposure on site labor. Site shall be facilitated by health and safety guidelines, signs where it is indicated by Arabic, English and other whatever languages where there are 5 workers or more on site, that water not. So site shall be facilitated by health and safety guidelines, signs where it is indicated by Arabic, English and any other languages where there are 5 workers or more on site, that water not for human consumption. Site shall be facilitated by health and safety equipment as well as personal health and safety protection equipment. Labor or workers shall follow health and safety guidelines and instructions and use their health and safety personal protection equipment. Oh, this is 27 pages, so I think I should now close this and continue on FIDIC, which is left a little one. I close this now. We have covered 27 pages of this, and I'll take up this later on tomorrow. Let me see how it goes now. Let me open this FIDIC comparison, no comparison. Okay, let us see this. Let me see what's FIDIC actually. That's also an important point. Let's see if it can work like that. First of all, I'll go and speak about NEC4 and FIDIC compare. Now, NEC and FIDIC compare, there's some description which I'm able to get it on this, but I'm not getting full file. So I'm not going to speak on full file and this comparison. This is FIDIC and NEC4, which means FIDIC is, NEC4 stands for new engineering contracts, new engineering contracts, and FIDIC compared. Now it says FIDIC, NEC stands for new engineering contracts, and this is for Institution of Civil Engineers UK, and that's London, and FIDIC is from Europe, So year 2017 shall see introduction of new editions. So it means it's old document. So it says year 2017 shall see introduction of new editions of FIDIC and NEC forms of contracts. So FIDIC is one form, and FIDIC from Europe. This is also Europe actually, but now you can say it's different institution. And NEC is new engineering contract forms of contract, having been trialed last year in pre-release version. FIDIC are launching second edition of their rainbow suite of contracts in December, whilst on 22nd June 2017, NEC4 form was revealed. Jeremy Glover explains some of changes to both contracts and at same time highlights some of differences between NEC and FIDIC forms. A few I'm going to say because I don't have this file. It's not allowed to download without you have to take 30 days free trial. So I'm just going briefly on this because it's no use. It's now use of FIDIC and NEC forms, and it says that first edition of Conditions of Contract International for works of civil engineering construction was published in August 1957, whilst new engineering contract NEC was first published in March 1993. In UK, NEC3 was contract of choice of Olympic Delivery Authority, who were responsible for they put something on that. That's problem. Responsible for this, something like that. I can't read because there's some highlight add note is given on that. So I'll just go. So since April 2015, Hong Kong government etc. required to tender new projects using full suite of NEC3 contracts. NEC3 has also been widely used on projects in South Africa. South African Construction Industry Development Board currently recommends NEC3 contracts for public sector use in South Africa. In South Africa, NEC3 formed along with FIDIC is one of 4 contracts authorized for use under Construction Industry Development Board (CIDB). Against it has been said that more contracts are let under FIDIC Red Book annually by number than any other single international form of contract, and that FIDIC Red Book has been and is being used more countries around the world, 160 countries, than any other form of contract. When NEC announced in beginning March 2017 that they were releasing new NEC4, they said that 3 core drafting principles were as follows: stimulus to good management, support changing requirements of users, and improve clarity and simplicity. Underlying philosophy behind FIDIC 2016-17 update is quite similar, including to enhance project management tools and mechanism to achieve a balanced risk allocation. This is being achieved through more reciprocity between parties, to achieve clarity, transparency, and certainty, and to reflect current international best practice. Now, at June 2017 conference, where new form was released, NEC made it clear that their approach was improvement through collaboration or evolution, not revolution. Collaboration or evolution and not revolution. That does not appear to be the case with pre-release version of FIDIC Yellow Book being 50% longer than 99 version. So NEC4 is very much an update. Key features are same, and contract unsurprisingly still adopts same plain English style, as well as updating existing NEC3. A new design build operate contract has been introduced, and NEC are also planning to introduce NEC4 alliance contract. NEC form has also adopted gender natural drifting. This is, sorry, gender, is that? This is saying, so NEC 4 is very much an update. The features are same as contract, unsurprisingly, it still have same plain English as well as updating existing and new design will operate contract has been introduced, and NEC also playing total NEC for alliance contract. NEC form has also adopted gender neutral drafting, and something FIDIC is expected to follow. So as with FIDIC and NEC 4 makes use of deeming provisions, contractors program will be deemed to be accepted if project manager does not respond within contract time scale. Again, as with FIDIC, NEC 4 introduces a requirement for contractor to prepare a quality management plan. Now, structure and format. There has been little change here. FIDIC forms reflect different risk profiles, designs and build yellow book, turnkey that's silver, and build only red. With NEC, contracts are arranged according to alternative pricing options: lump sum option A, remeasurable option B, target cost option C and D, and cost reimbursable option A. Both FIDIC and NEC aim for standardization. 1999 rainbow suit contracts all have 20 clauses. This will increase to 21, and there is a high degree of similarity across suit. 1999 FIDIC form works by having standard clauses known as general conditions, and then parties have option to introduce particular conditions which are meant to be project specific. Foundations of NEC form are 9 sections containing core clauses. Beyond these, a user selects appropriate main option clauses to produce contract appropriate for chosen procurement pathway. There is also then a series of secondary option clauses known as X clauses. Finally, there are additional conditions of contract known as Z clauses. These provide parties more, usually employer, with opportunity to insert bespoke terms or amendments into contract. It's then up to project participants to put contracts together. Care needs to be exercised when doing this. Transnet Associate Limited and Group 5 Construction Private Limited and others, the Jaffrey, is a noted of an NEC 3 contract that this contract in result contains a bewildering array of provisions derived from various NEC options, several of which were incorporated into contract by parties and which follow neither a numerical sequence nor a uniform description. Also, words used in blanks completed by parties are often couched in a cryptic shorthand style. Then, it is unclear from judgment extent to which parties had moved away from preferred NEC approach, but parties would do well to take heed of words of Donald Keating as recalled by Mr. Justice Colchan in case of Francis investment, etc., etc. Donald Keating always advised parties who intended to sign up to construction contracts that they should either use an unamended standard form of contract or their own homemade contract conditions, and that to attempt a mixture of both was usually a recipe for disaster. Both FIDIC and NEC forms lean towards use of an unamended standard form, but acknowledge that some amendment may usually be needed to take account of particular project conditions. Now, BIM. Previously, NEC had prepared a guide entitled How to Use BIM with NEC 3 Contract. this is no longer a part of NEC 4 contract issue. How to Guide had also explained how NEC 3 could be used with CIC BIM protocol. All references to CIC protocol are now gone. New NEC 4 contract instead includes a new secondary option extend specifically to support use of BIM. This NEC have said will provide additional contract clauses required to support production of information for BIM, as well as dealing with issues such as model ownership and liability. Under new BIM option, contractor shall be required to provide an information executive plan, more standard phase in general use is BIM execution plan. For incorporation in contract either from outset or within a period defined by client. There is no mention of BIM in pre-release second edition of 2001 to 17 Yellow Book. That's not to say that FIDIC has neglected BIM, but far from it. At least three of FIDIC's committees have been asked to consider how best to deal with BIM. One particular difference for FIDIC is that, as an international form of contract, it's designed for use throughout many different jurisdictions and cultures within which engineering and construction industry operates. That's far from being a uniform or standard approach. That's why whatever particular amendment to Rainbow Suite itself is not expected, FIDIC's approach is more likely to be in form of guidance, note, or perhaps a protocol for use with a FIDIC form. Now, program and extension of time claims. In keeping with the trend in international contracts and in line with Red Book subcontracts, second edition of FIDIC form will include increased programming obligations. 16 are listed within new subclause 8.3. NEC 4 adopts a similar approach in clause 3.1.2, although FIDIC have retained their position that program does not become a contract document. Engineer is required to review program and say if does not comply with contract. If engineer does not do this within 21 days, then program is deemed to comply. There is also positive obligation on contractor to update program of engineering. So it says program when it increases its actual progress. So it's then written you are reading a preview, upload your document to do download or becoming a member of this offer 30 days. So I close this. I now come back to your own FIDIC. This was just for information that I read that one. I go back to FIDIC, and this is FIDIC silver. No, not silver. I'm not going to do silver. I'll find the FIDIC is silver. Where's that FIDIC construction? Red book. Yes, it is red book. I'm interested now. So now back to, after giving you a brief comparison from where I was talking, actually from direct website of that. I could not download that book, and that's why I just briefly introduced to you what is that now. I'm going to this FIDIC, whatever time you have now, maybe whatever. I'll go now to directly to the study. We're talking of something, and this is unforeseeable conditions. I think there was a procedure of that. That's it, yes. Notes on provision, special provisions, not that. So, where was yesterday? Guiding for provision of particular conditions, no, it's not that. Not that one. Independent impartiality, and that is general obligations of DAM members, it's here. General obligation of parties, it's here. Confidentiality, I discussed. Parties undertaking, I discussed. Fee as expensive, we discussed. Then it is reverse. Registration and termination, we discussed that. So challenge, dispute under DAB agreement, and then DAB procedure rules. So now we are here. We discussed up to this point. I think resignation and termination we had discussed yesterday. So we start from here. This is page 135, 25. So what I have to say now? This is now, we discuss about resignation and termination regarding DAB members. I'll repeat that fast so that you will refresh what I did. I don't exactly remember because there's so many things I'm talking together. This last I talked about comparison between this and that. Then put off light, unless it's working, there's no light now, it's quite natural light available. I'm going to use this now. Natural light available, so let's use natural light. I put off charges also of this. So my computer is also, I think, charged. So this is 100% remaining, so okay. Now, resignation and termination, that is about members of DAB. Now DAB members may resign at any time for whatever reason by giving a notification of not less than 28 days or other period as may be agreed by parties. To parties and other members, if any. During this period, parties shall take necessary steps to appoint without delay a replacement DAB member in accordance with sub-clause 211. Constitution of DAB, of conditions of contract, and if applicable, sub-clause 21(2), failure to appoint DAB members of conditions of contract. And let me just tell you what is DAB actually. I should have told you before. If you know, it's fine, but what I'm talking is about DAAB, that's Disputes Avoidance Adjudication Board, which is a new concept in contracting, because previously what used to happen, that what used to happen in previously that happened that there used to be an engineer, and if engineer was unable to adjudicate or parties did not accept what engineer decided for on any issue, and all such issues whatsoever would have been referred to arbitration. That was common procedures, and still if somebody doesn't use that still holds good. What actually happens, and FIDIC brought something, FIDIC, which is International Format of Contract. Now first they said that we want to help projects not like this, means arbitration is at end. Now engineer is a judge. In fact, when there is a dispute, engineer is first judge. Of course, engineer is a supervisor, engineer is the examiner of work, engineer is everything, he is a payment maker, I mean to certifier. Engineer is responsible for whole project. Engineer is responsible for design, engineer is responsible for supervision, engineer is responsible for payments, and engineer is responsible for contract administration, not for contract administration. Owner appoints the engineer as a person, as an authority between an owner and a contractor. Though it's paid by owner, but it has no service relation to employer. It's not bound by that as far as engineer status is concerned. Means it's responsible for contract for project. That's responsibility of engineer. There are two types of contracts. One contract is construction contract, that's according to Red Book, and that contract exists between employer and contractor. Of course, the engineer decides that, recommends that everything is done by engineer, but contractor, when this contract exists between first party is owner and second party is contractor. That is as far as the construction contract is concerned. This means design is done by employer through engineer. It's done by engineer directly, or engineer appoints another consultant or design, that's different. But here design is given to contractor. This is design, you follow this design and do this job. This is Red Book. Here contracting parties are, for construction contract, there is a party employer and another party contractor. We call employer as first party and contract as second party, and engineer is an independent authority on that. Engineer has nothing to do as being a party to that contract, but you can say like a third party. But engineer has his own relation with employer, and those relations are on different contract, and that contract is management contract or service contract or supervision contract or project management, means whatever name you can give that. That contract exists between employer and engineer. That is service contract, you can say, or another contract where first party is employer and second party is engineer. So basic job on construction contract of an engineer is ensure that work that contractor prosecutes or executes do according to total I have to say provisions of contract. Nothing is left. Whatever applies must apply from zero to finish, keeping all controls according to contract, and deliver that to employer within defined dates, and issue completion as well as discharge certificates. This is job of contract engineer on behalf of employer. So here engineer is independent as far as construction contract is concerned. Two persons are there, employer and contractor. They can have dispute of whatever nature. Engineer certifies some payment, employer doesn't accept, no, I don't give this, there's a dispute. Contractor applies for extension of time, engineer says this can be given, this can be, employer doesn't accept, there's a dispute. There's some technical issue on site, it's not resolved, engineer has to resolve this, but contractor doesn't accept, there's a dispute. Like that, there can be whatever number of disputes. There are variations in quantities, there are extra items, there are substitutions, there are deletions, omissions, additions. Whatever is done on site, engineer is responsible to define that, to work out, to agree, to determine that. But even then there is a dispute. Whatever disputes are there during currency of contract. During currency of contract. Currency of contract means date of start to date of completion is called currency of contract. Because during this period it's called project. Date of start to date of completion. This duration is called project duration, construction duration, and whatever happens within duration, there is one authority that has been appointed as engineer on contract, on construction contract. That person acts as immediate judge to decide disputes whatever arise between both parties of contract. So first judges, engineer, you may accept as contractor, you may not accept as contractor, you may accept as owner, you may not accept as owner or employer. Decision of engineer, determination of engineer, whatsoever is final and binding at that time. At that time is final and binding on both parties, employer and contractor. They may dissatisfy, they may not agree. If they may not agree, they can issue notice of dissatisfaction to engineer. We don't agree with this, and there's a time limit for that. Both can write to him. Then they are open to go to arbitration. That was process. Though FIDIC brought another section here, and that is called board, DAB it was called before, Dispute Adjudication Board. It was there previously, I think 3 years, till 3 years back, when I appeared in the last international project, international interview, and that there was DAB. And one question was asked also, I responded that DAB has been added, it's better for contract handling. So that was called Disputes Adjudication Board. You can say a kind of alternative disputes resolution method. That was the use. So this was a power higher than engineer, but a power lesser than arbitrator. So that was further modified to DAAB, Disputes Avoidance and Adjudication Board. Here two functions are there, avoidance and adjudication, because engineer was adjudicative authority. Here they said, okay, engineer is fine up to engineer's level. But when DAB comes, now DAB we call it DAB. Avoidance means a kind just to let disappear, let dispute disappear on project itself. Let it diminish by a little compromise, by conduct compromise with the two parties, which those persons, members of DAB, they can handle this. A kind of, you can say, conciliation arrangement, reconciliation arrangement, just to avoid further movement to arbitration. That is sole purpose. That's why it's called avoiding and adjudication. If they can avoid, sole purpose is that. So what is DAB then? It means this is a body, this is a contractual body, legal body that is appointed not instantly. This is appointed parallel to project. Arbitrators are not parallel to project. They are appointed when disputes arise. But DAB is a parallel body throughout currency of project. Not dedicated. Dedicated means it's not regularly based on site, but it is appointed within 28 days of issue of contract order or acceptance of bid. Both parties, employer and contractor, must appoint DAB members within 28 days, or if when both agrees for some other days, doesn't matter. They must be on roll of project. There can be, according to contract, there can be one or sole DAB, sole member DAB, or 3 members DAB. Generally on big projects, mega projects which billions and billions of bucks are used, 3 are justified. Their role is justified, not necessarily you present on project, no, but they should be on roll of project. They should have a contract with both parties, not one party, with both parties. So there are three members. One is employer, one is contractor, and one is DAB. DAB may be 3 or 1. These are all on that contract. Purpose is to keep complete knowledge of project, to keep complete knowledge, and when both parties come to you, you should advise them. When both comes, not one. Cannot advise to one party. If somebody comes to you to your room, no, it's not like that. Come openly. If you have a problem, I can advise. Come properly. If I can explain to you something, you have to request me. That is the purpose of that. Or when some dispute is referred to them, then they have to solve that dispute. But they have to keep complete knowledge of project. Is like a parallel engineer. They must be engineers because they are DAB members. They should know what's happening on site. Communication is made between this employer, and both should write to them. They should give complete information, contract document, all technical, what's happening, every month report, progress report, everything should go to them. Confidentially it should be, not public. This is a private and confidential. These people can't publish it, just like contractor cannot publish it, just like employer cannot publish it. Employer has limitation, but both are bound. Yes, if employer allows someone, it can be published. But contractor cannot publish without permission of employer, and DAB members cannot publish that. This is a restriction among this triangular contract. So what happens? DAB must have information of project. They may come once in 3 months, once quarterly. They may come every month. They may come depending on requirement of project. But information should be clear. If they are referred some dispute, then they have to come certainly. Their expenses are made by both parties, half and half. If they have a flight payment, hotel payment, food payment, fees payment, it depends on how they can be paid monthly, they can be paid instantly, they can be paid fee-wise or whatever. It's between them and DAB. This is called DAB. Purpose is to avoid dispute, avoid dispute and solve disputes. It is not arbitration, be clear, it's not arbitration. It is additional facility to avoid arbitration. Because these are more qualified, they know well about project. Arbitrator does not know about project. They know same as much as engineer knows. Engineer knows too thoroughly, but they know what's happening grossly from a distance, just like surveillancing authority. And they are like CCTV. They are like, you can say, SCADA. They know what's happening. They know all documents. They know all the specifications. They know all drawings. They know all correspondence going on. Nothing is secret from them, but they keep secret. That is that. That's something exceptional, extraordinary, supporting project. And of course, they are qualified. If both parties go to them and seek some information or some knowledge from them, both if they can share their knowledge with them, not in isolation. One cannot say, I am coming to your home and hotel, can you see me? No, it's banned. Employers, I want to say, it's banned. Come officially, come formally, both. And we will give information to both and sign attendance for all, so that it's transparent. We are not here to support to you unduly. We are to support project, not contractor, not owner. We are to help project. And if there is a dispute, we'll try to say you can do like this, just solve it, there's no problem. If there is something which can be just by suggesting to them both together, if something can be resolved, it can be resolved. After I'm getting monthly payment or I'm getting payment, I'm getting, no problem for that. And I'm claiming my payment and you have to pay that. My flight ticket you have to pay, my food you have to pay, my this you have to pay, my that you have to pay, whatever expenses you have to pay. And you can refer disputes as well. And if you refer disputes, then I have to work on that dispute. This is my duty. I will try to solve it. Otherwise, I have to write my decision again Like an arbitrator, I have to write my decision. Just like engineer writes a decision, but they don't agree. I also write, or we as party of 3 members write our decision regarding your disputes, and we say this is that. You agree, you don't agree, it's up to you. You can again issue notice of dissatisfaction. So I am then clear. Once I have decided, you accept it or you don't accept, nothing to do with that. You can then go to arbitrator. That's procedure now. This is what I'm talking about that. This is, you can say, every engineer should understand. And if you don't understand, you'll miss something. You may miss something when you work internationally. Here I know what happens here, forget about this. I'm talking worldwide. If you are given an opportunity on international contract, even as an engineer, if not something else, or even as a contractor person, contract agent or your contract representative, then you must know that. And if you are an employer's person, then you must know that. Or if you are a consultant, then you must know that. It is world. But if you say, no, contract, I don't want to talk, it's not my field, I understand that, okay, then keep sleeping. Who says, no, just busy being concrete, busy in bending movement, shear force, and keep with that. Nobody is going to ask anything. Just a site man, foreman you are, or in designs you are sitting in office, means you are not a complete engineer. That's what I can say. If you are not taking any interest, what to do? You have to take interest to meet world requirement. You may not be professional of that throughout, but you have to face questions. If you are a project manager, say, appointed by subcontractors, you are saying, I'm a contracting company project manager, I'm representing my contractor at site or an office or in the company. You must have knowledge of that. This shall come into meeting, in progress review meeting or monthly meeting. This point may come contractual, any contractual problem, then you have to answer. How shall you answer if you don't know? That is the sole purpose of this, and that's why I'm spending time on this, to let people know what world is doing. I have seen people are not very interested what to do. I can't help it. They have to think themselves what level of engineering they want to rise. If they want to stay only in garbage, okay, garbage. Who understands bending moment, shear force on site? Who understands deflection on site? Who understands your calculations on site? Nobody bothers. Nobody bothers. Keep calculating all time. Nobody bothers. They will do their way. They don't understand more than that. All rusted steel is coming and they are using it. Nobody is stopping them. What's the use of your design? No use. All band bars they bring, all rusted steel they are using. What is purpose of design then? Why you waste so much time in design and they are rusted steel already using? Your design is long failed in beginning itself. Nobody understands concrete temperature. So where is your design? They don't understand anything. Just do it. That's it. So where is design then? What's the purpose of design? Your design is valid only when it is done professionally. You think so much in design and on site they do nothing. Do it. Let's let it go out. Put some mortar on that. Let honeycombing be some mortar on that. This is happening. This is happening. Nobody is objecting. This means they do not understand work practically. They only understand theoretically. You may be from whatever institutions. If you don't have any courage to fight with contractors, your knowledge is useless. No knowledge. If you cannot fight with, you cannot achieve quality, what's your purpose? There is no purpose of engineer. That is my fight. Engineers are only for namesake in organizations. Only for namesakes, nothing else. In general, I'm telling you. Because design is not implemented properly and work is not implemented properly, nobody bothers. So where is engineering? That's why if you have to fight, you have to know every subject, every knowledge. And if you don't know that, you will suffer. So I keep moving on to feeding again, and that's why I just spent some time to explain to you. So I go back to resignation and termination of DAB members because till 9 I had completed. You can see my last video if you want to get that information. It's in continuation. DAB members may resign at any time for whatever reason by giving a notification of, 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 of not less than 28 days, or other as may be agreed by parties to parties, and other members when during this period parties shall take necessary steps to appoint without delay a replacement DAB member in accordance with subclause 2.1 Constitution of DAB of conditions of contract, and if applicable subclauses 21.2 failure to appoint DAB members of conditions of contract. On expiry of period stated in subclause 10.1 above, resigning DAB member, DA agreement shall terminate with immediate effect. However, except if DAB member is unable to act as a result of illness or disability, if on date of DAB member's notice under subclause 10.1 above, DAB is dealing with dispute under subcontract 21.4, obtaining DAB's decision of conditions of contract. DAB member's resignation shall not take effect, and her DAB agreement shall not terminate until after DAB has given all corresponding decisions in accordance with contract. Then whatever time parties may jointly terminate DAB agreement by giving a notification of not less than 42 days to DAB member. Then if DAB member fails without justifiable excuse to comply with subclause 5.1, parties may, without prejudice to their other rights or remedies, jointly terminate her DAB agreement by giving a notification by recorded delivery to DAB member. This notice shall take effect when it is received by DAB member. If either party fails without justifiable excuse to comply with clause 6, DAB member may, without prejudice to his or other rights or remedies, terminate DAB agreement by giving a notification to parties. This notice shall take effect when received by both parties. If either party fails without a justifiable excuse to comply with clause 6 above, DAB member may, without prejudice to his rights or remedies, terminate DAB agreement. Now, whatever resignation or termination on this clause shall be final binding on parties and DAB member. However, a notice given under subclause 10.3 or 10.4 be by either employer or contractor, but not by both, shall be of no effect. Whatever resignation or termination on this clause shall be final binding on parties of DAB and member. However, notice given under subclause 10.3, 10.4 above by either employer or contractor, but not by both, shall be of no effect. Subject to subparagraph B of subclause 11.5 below, in event of resignation or termination under this clause, DAB member shall nevertheless be entitled to payment of whatever fees or expenses under his DAB agreement that remain outstanding as of date of termination of her agreed service. It says, in event of resignation or termination under this clause, DAB members shall nevertheless be entitled, to payment of any fees. After resignation by DAB member or termination of his or DAB agreement under this clause, DAB member shall remain bound by obligation of confidentiality under subclause 7.1. Return original of whatever document in his position is or position to party submitted such document in connection with DAB's activities, all that part at that party's return request and cost. Subject to whatever mandatory requirements under governing law of DAB agreement. Termination of DAB agreement under this clause shall require no action of whatsoever kind of parties or DAB member as case may be, other than as stated in this clause. Party shall not object against DAB member except that either party or in case of a three-member DAB, other members jointly shall be entitled to do so for an alleged lack of independence or impartiality or otherwise, in which case Rule 10 objection procedure or Rule 11 challenge procedure of DAB rules shall apply. Decision issued under Rule 11 of DAB rules, decision on challenge in GC, the general conditions, shall be final and conclusive. Anytime, whatever time before decision on challenge is issued, challenged DAB member may resign under subclause above, and in such case, challenging party shall inform International Chamber of Commerce ICC. However, subclause 10.2 shall not apply to such resignation, and resigning DAB members, the agreement shall terminate with immediate effect. Unless challenged DAB member has resigned or either the DAB agreement has been terminated under subclause 10.3 above, DAB member and other members, if any, shall continue with DAB's activities until decision on challenge is issued. If decision on challenge is that challenge is successful, challenged DAB members' appointment and agreement shall be deemed to have been terminated with immediate effect on date of notification of decision on challenge by ICC. So what this challenge was, that's very important, It says that which sequence goes that party shall not object against DAB member except that either party or in case of a three-member DABs, other members jointly shall be entitled to do so far alleged lack of independence or impartiality, or otherwise, in which case Rule 10 object procedure and Rule 11 challenge procedure of DAB rules shall apply. So what is that? That's an important point here. Decision issued under Rule 11 of DAB rules, decision on challenge in GC shall be final and conclusive. Whatever time before decision on challenge is issued, challenged DAB member may just resign under subclause 10.1 above, and in such case, challenging party shall inform International Chamber of Commerce. However, subclause 10.2 shall not apply to such resignation, and resigning DAB member agreement shall terminate with immediate effect. So let's go further. If decision on challenge that challenge is successful, challenge DAB member's appointment and his or aggressive agreement shall be deemed to have been terminated with immediate effect on date of notification of decision on challenge by ICC. Challenge DAB member shall not be entitled to fees or expenses under his or DAB agreement from date of notification of decision on challenge by ICC. A decision under subclause 2143 of conditions of contact by DAB after challenge was referred under Rule 11 of DAB rules and before resignation, if whatsoever of challenged DAB member under subclause 11.3 above or his DAB agreement is terminated under subparagraph above or under subclause 10.3 above. Now shall become void and ineffective in case of a sole member DAB. All other DAB's activities during this period shall also become void and ineffective in case of a three-member DAB. All other DAB's activities during this period shall remain unaffected by decision of challenge, except if there has been a challenge to all three members of DAB and such challenge is successful. Successfully challenged DAB members shall be removed from DAB. Party shall without delay appoint a replacement DAB member in acceptance with subclause 2.1.1 Constitution of DAB of conditions of contract. Now, disputes under DAB agreement, this is 12 and this is 12 and this is dispute arising out of or in connection with DAB agreement or breach, termination or invalidity thereof shall be finally settled by arbitration under rules of arbitration of International Chamber of Commerce 2017 by one arbitrator appointed in accordance with these rules of arbitration and Article 30 and expedited procedure rules of Appendix 5-6 of these rules of arbitration shall apply. And then comes DAB procedural rules annex, which is procedural rules, and this will DAB's procedural rules, which is, you can say, this is an annexure to this Rule 1, Rule 2, Rule 3, and Rule 4, and Rule 5. There is Rule 6, there is Rule 7, and there is Rule 8, then there is Rule 9, Rule 10, Rule 11, and this, I think these are rules. Rule 11, then there is another one that is different one, so that's not rule. So if you go through this briefly, not possible to, I think. Yes, we start with no problem. This is Rule 7.6. Let me go back to 5.4.1.3. It's 4.3.1. So Rule 1, objectives. So the objectives of this rule. Objective of this rule. Objectives of these rules are to facilitate avoidance of disputes that might otherwise arise between parties. This is Rule 1. What is my battery stating? Let me check it also. 1 hour 11 minutes, so I can continue without battery. It's around 20 minutes more for me. So let us see it as it is. Now, to facilitate avoidance of disputes that might otherwise arise between parties, and B, to achieve expeditious, efficient and cost-effective resolution of dispute that arises between parties. So first is avoid dispute, second is resolve dispute, where we talked about before. These rules shall be interpreted. DAB's activities shall be conducted. These rules shall be interpreted. DAB's activities shall be conducted, and DAB shall use powers under contract and these rules in manner necessary to achieve above objectives. So we know objective is better, avoid disputes and then resolve disputes. And then rule 2 is avoidance of dispute. How it is done? where subclause 21.3 avoidance of disputes of conditions of contract applies. DAB in case of three-member DAB, all these DAB members acting together may give informal assistance during discussions at any meeting with parties, whether face to face or by telephone or by video conference or at other site visit or by an informal written note to parties. This is avoidance of disputes. I am repeating when subclause 21.3 avoidance of disputes of conditions of contract applies. DAB in case of three-member DAB, all three members acting together may give informal assistance during discussions at whatever meeting with parties, whether face to face or by telephone or by video conference or at whatever site visit or by an informal written note to parties. Then rule 3, meeting and site visit. Purpose of meeting with parties and site visit by DAB is to enable DAB2 to become and remain informed about matters described in subparagraphs of subcontract 5.1 of general conditions. Become aware of and remain informed about whatever actual or potential issue or disagreement between parties and give informal assistance if and when jointly requested by parties. As soon as practicable, after DAB is appointed, DAB shall convene a face-to-face meeting with parties. At this meeting, DAB shall establish a schedule of planned meetings. DAB shall establish a schedule of planned meetings and site visits in consultation with parties, which schedule shall reflect requirements of Rule 3.3 below and shall be subject to adjustment by DAB in consultation with parties. DAB shall hold of face-to-face meetings with parties and visit site at regular intervals and or at written request of either party. In frequency of such meetings and or site visits shall be A. Sufficient to achieve purpose under Rule 3.1 above. B. Intervals of not more than 140 days unless otherwise agreed jointly by parties and DAB. And C. At intervals of not less than 70 days subject to Rules 3.5, 3.6 below and except as required to conduct a hearing as described under Rule 7 below unless otherwise agreed jointly by parties and DAB. In addition to face-to-face meetings referred to in Rule 3.2.3.3 above, DAB may also hold meetings with parties by telephone or video conference as agreed with parties, in which case each party bears risk of interrupted or faulty telephone or video conference transmission and reception. At times of critical construction events, which may include suspension of works or termination of contract, DAB shall visit site at written request of either party. This request shall describe critical construction event. If DAB becomes aware of an upcoming critical construction event, it may invite parties to make such a request. Either party may request an urgent meeting or site visit by DAB. This shall be a written request and give reasons for urgency of meeting or site visit. If DAB agrees that such a meeting or site visit is urgent, DAB members shall use all reasonable endeavors to to hold a meeting with parties by telephone or video conference as agreed with parties under Rule 3.4. Allow within 3 days after receiving request, if requested, and having given other party opportunity at this meeting to respond to or oppose this request, DAB agrees that site visit is necessary to visit site within 14 days after date of this meeting. Time of and agenda for each meeting and site visit shall be set by DAB in consultation with parties. Each time of and agenda for each meeting and site visit shall be set by DAB in consultation with parties. Each meeting and site visit shall be attended by employer, contractor, and engineer. Engineer is also here. Each meeting and site visit shall be coordinated by contractor in cooperation with employer and engineer. Contractor shall ensure provisions of appropriate personal safety equipment, security controls if necessary, and site transport for each site visit. Meeting room, conference facilities, and secretarial and copying services for each face-to-face meeting. Telephone conference or video conference facilities for each meeting by telephone or video conferencing. At conclusion of each meeting and site visit, and if possible before leaving some venue of face-to-face meeting or site, as case may be, out in whatever event within 7 days, DAB shall prepare a report on its activities during meeting or site visit and shall send copies of this report to parties and engineer. This is section 3 of this. Then rule 4, that's communication and documentation. I'll read that very fast because I end this today's talk. Communication and documentation. Language to be used in all communication to and from DAB and parties, and case of 3 members between DAB members. In all reports and decisions issued by DAB and during all site visits, meetings and hearings relating to DAB's activities. Shall be language for communication defined in subclass 1.4 law and language of conditions of contract unless otherwise agreed jointly by parties and DAB. Communications and or documents sent between DAB and parties shall simultaneously be copied to other party. In case of a 3-member DAB, sending party shall send all communications and documents to chairman of DAB and simultaneously send copies of these communications and documents to other members. Party shall provide DAB with a copy of all documents which DAB may request, including document forming contract, progress reports under subclass 420, progress reports of conditions of contract, initial program and each revised program under subclass 8.3 of conditions of contract, relevant instructions given by engineer and variations under clause 13.3, variation procedures of conditions of contract, statements submitted by contractor and certificates issued by engineer under contract, relevant notes and relevant communication between parties and between either party and engineer, and whatever other document relevant to performance of contract and or necessary to enable DAP to become and remain informed about matter described in subprograms or paragraph 2 subclass 5.1 of GC. Then it's rule 5. Rule 5 says, my battery is how much? It's now 41 minutes. And let me put light on better. Make it down immediately. It'll change. Dangerous, my battery sometimes goes away. Okay. Now, let's talk about Rule 5. Yes, it's in addition to powers granted to DAP under conditions of contract, general conditions of DAP agreement, and elsewhere in these rules, parties empower DAP to establish procedure to be applied in making site visits and or giving informal assistance, establish procedure to be applied in giving decisions under conditions of contract, decide on DAP own jurisdiction and scope of whatever dispute referred to DAP, appoint one or more experts including legal and technical experts with agreement of parties, decide whether or not there shall be a hearing or more than one hearing if necessary in respect of whatever dispute referred to DAP, conduct whatever meeting with parties and or whatever hearing as DAP thinks fit, not being bound by rules or procedures for hearing other than those contained in contract and in these rules, take initiative in ascertaining facts and matters required for DAP decision, make use of DAP members' own specialist knowledge if one has, decide on payment of financing charges in accordance with contract, decide on whatever provisional relief such as interim or conservative measures, open up, review and revise whatever certificate, decision, determination, instruction, opinion, evaluation of or acceptance, agreement, approval, consent, disapproval, no objection, permission or similar act by engineer that's relevant to dispute and proceed with DAP's activities in absence of a party who after receiving a notification from DAP fails to comply with subclass 363 of GC, DAP shall have discretion to decide whether and to what extent and whatever powers granted to DAP under conditions of contract, general conditions and these rules may be exercised. So then rule 6 I'm not taking now. This is rules that I was going through, reading to you about DAP's management, their self-management, and they have absolute powers to handle their own methods, how to do. Civil procedures do not come in way, others laws do not come in way. They are not bound by whatever applicable laws to courts. Though they are not courts, they are not even arbitrators yet. They can decide, they can save time of project, and it is in interest of both parties, employer and contractor. Actually, these three, if they are there, can act to guide both parties how they should manage. It saves time, it saves undue expenses on disputes. Sometimes there is misunderstanding, sometimes there is misfeeding, because it happens. Generally contractors refer their cases to their own counsels, advocates or law officers employed by them, and they do not understand any type of contract. These advocates, they just think of law, they just think of something and they make very easy thing very complicated. So but contractors or others trust them, that's why they refer there, and that's why problem is procured problem is imported to subject. But they forget this is construction, this is engineering, where these lawyers have no hands, no legs, no scope. We can't deal with courts like courts, we can't. Site is different. You cannot do everything in writing as such every day. It's not possible. Everything cannot be in files. Most of works on sites are based on circumstances. It's not, you cannot record everything except daily job records you can do, progress report you can do, requisition of procurement generally done from head offices. On site this almost not done. Budget control cannot be done from site, may be done, may not be done. It depends upon what sort of project is there. So you cannot expect site guys to work like administrative officers or to like that, because they will be on sites. They are doing much stronger work, much valuable work than administration. So its administration is done by project engineer or site engineer or site agent or whoever is there as a coordinator on site. And they don't understand all procedures, they just want to push job so that project is done. For that purpose, something is missing, something is not missing, what one said to other said, sometimes even verbatim is done. I agreed, you agreed, but they don't get confirmation. They should write, we talked together and this happened. This happens when there are professionals outside, but all projects don't have professionals. That's purpose that DAB is appointed. So DAB is a practical one, when they keep in touch of your project throughout your project, comes your project. They can even send to both parties, this should be done, you missed this one. Because if there is a technical change, for example, you want some clarification on drawings have conflict, they write to each other, this should be done, that should be, or this should not be done. Some answers should come, and sometimes answers don't come. So they can say, why you don't answer this? They can ask both parties, why you don't answer this? They can pull legs off each, why you don't answer this? Like that. That's important. So commercial part is not impacted upon due to technical lapses. That's also important. Sometimes technical change is there and it's not recorded. So this is why you are recording it. If you are giving a responsible change, or you say, no, we are just, this is an understanding within both parties. That is a situation. After all, you are paying sums, you are paying funds, you are spending money on these persons of DAB. If engineer cannot decide, then let them support engineer as well. But why don't you do like this? Engineer will listen to them because they are professionals. These can explain to him, this is logical, this is not logical, and this is in presence of all or with the knowledge of all. So there is nothing secret in that. In interest of project, these are appointed, and if you both parties are spending money, why not you make use of that? Otherwise your money is gone, it can't come back. So better use them, and you can do that. So that's purpose of DAB. And there you can say there's external one who knows about your project, you can say that also. There's a surveillancing person, there's a surveillancing body that knows what you are doing, and that body is telling you jointly, here is an error, correct it. What else you need then? Self-support error, self-support correction of error, self-support remedial measures, self-support system works in this form with knowledge of all is not illegal. It can be technical support, it can be commercial support, it can be financial support, it can be, you can say, managerial support, as far as contract is concerned. Sometimes there is a clash in contract also, or somewhere else, that they have to manage, and that's the purpose of this. I will take these rules from 6 onwards or 5 onwards, or I'll repeat all, because then we will take after this, these rules, we'll go to particular conditions, and then we'll jump onto EPC contracts. EPC means silver book. This is red book, that's silver book, and of course parallel to that concrete is ongoing, and concrete is very important because I have to take further method statements of technical materials. So this is different type of talks I am going to make to you, so that I can at least put in video forms of my experience I'm not referring to any book for this. I'm just references are there, not books, because books, there are thousands of authors, hundreds of authors. They have written books, but no interest in books. With books these days, people don't like books. This generation is not interested in books. They are just interested. They don't cooked information. They will use it, and they're not even interested in resorting or charting out routes to know more and more. But just they want to use paki pakai khane wale. Means generation is that. These are not struggling people. Our generation now, they are just people to move with flow. They can't oppose flow. So when you can't oppose flow, you can't do anything. This is what's happening. So I just thank you very much. Close this video now, and for tomorrow. And whoever is the thank you, Hussein is there. Okay, thanks, Mr. Thanks. Continue. Najir, Hussein. It's okay, thank you. And I'll take leave now and close this. Okay.